Chapter 1723. In fact, while meeting Shoucheng here was a little unexpected for Wang Ming, it could also be said to be reasonable. Back then, in order to reactivate the god brain, the heartless patriarch had deliberately transferred and then devoured Shoucheng's will. That was to say, in fact, a small part of the heartless patriarch's spiritual space belonged to Shoucheng. Now that the heartless patriarch had invaded Wang Ming's spiritual world, Shoucheng had naturally been brought in as well. "How are you? Can you hold on?" Wang Ming crouched down and took Shoucheng's pulse. He looked extremely weak and pale, and even his body was so thin that it could almost be called skin and bones. It was hard for Wang Ming to imagine how on earth he had managed to hold on during this period of time. Shoucheng raised his tired eyes to stare at the man standing next to him and said in a low voice, "I'm so hungry." Wang Ming thought for a moment, then began to say seriously, "In the cold, we eat rain, the grass is luxuriant, the vermilion seedlings are reflected in the wind, the willows reflect the embankment. When we have a home to return to, the cuckoo shall not cry in my ear. Wang Ming, alone in a strange land, every festive season I miss my family. Far away, I know that my brother has climbed to the heights, and planted dogwood everywhere, one less person. Shoucheng, ? Wang Ming, two orioles sing on a green willow, a row of egrets soar into the blue sky, 1,000 autumn snows on the window, a Dongwu ship moored at the door, Shoucheng? Wang Ming, the spring wind of reform blows everywhere, the people of Huaxia have worked hard, Shoucheng. Wang Ming recited a dozen or so poems in a row, and Shoucheng's complexion actually improved a lot under the infusion of these ancient poems. Not only that, even his thin body gradually began to fill out as he regained his spirit. Strange, how can this be? Seeing that Shoucheng had recovered, Wang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's just as I thought. We're now in the spiritual space, so what we naturally need is spiritual food. Shoucheng was suddenly enlightened. I see. So I just need to keep reciting poems. In theory. Wang Ming nodded. I'm very curious, how have you been holding on these past few days? Drinking water. Shoucheng said, I realized that the water in this spiritual space doesn't seem to be seawater. It's not salty, and it's drinkable. Is there a problem? No, there's no problem at all. I'll just recite the poem after this. This water is not nutritious. Wang Ming's eyes twitched as he spoke. He never thought that one day, the water in his brain could actually save a person. It could be called a medical miracle. After the two of them calmed down in the cabin, Wang Ming looked at him and asked, How much do you know about the god brain? Or do you know anything about the god brain? I've only heard some rumors from my senior sister Feng Chu, but I don't know if they're true or not. If it wasn't for Wu Xi manipulating the situation behind the scenes to take me away and absorb me into his spiritual space, perhaps I would never have been able to prove this truth in my entire life. In such a spiritual space, the master of the spiritual space is the god, which is the same concept as the core world of cultivators. However, the god brain is just too domineering. Even if it's just an incomplete part, it's still like a maggot in a tarsal bone. It can steal other people's space for its own use. How terrifying. Shoucheng sighed as he spoke. As he said this, he was in fact greatly shocked by the size of Wang Ming's spiritual space. He knew that Wang Ming wasn't a cultivator, but an ordinary human who wasn't a cultivator could actually expand his spiritual space as vast as the sea. This was something that many cultivators who majored in spiritual type spells might not be able to do. The last thing I'm afraid of is a challenge. Wang Ming laughed. This is my spiritual space to begin with. It won't be that easy for him to take it away. Are you sure you can take it back? Shoucheng hesitated. After all, his opponent was an ancient being. Even if his body was incomplete, he had now successfully become the master of this spiritual space. If Wang Ming was given a little more time, with the other party's god brain fully recovered, they wouldn't be able to retaliate even if they wanted to. I already had this idea at first. Now that you're here, the chances of us snatching it back are even higher. Wang Ming said confidently, how about it, do you want to join hands with me? If we snatch it back later, I have a way to separate you from my body, reconstruct a body for you, and bring you back to life. You probably don't want to stay in someone else's body forever, right? Of course. Shoucheng nodded. I know you, so I believe you have the ability. But the point is, what should we do now? It's very simple. We just need to sink that giant aircraft carrier. When the time comes, our attack ship will once again become the master ship of this spiritual space. But that's your giant aircraft carrier. I saw it before, it has the equivalent of 50 aircraft carriers, which is the size of an island. How can it be so easy to sink? That's my ship. When I built it, I left a back door in it. As long as a shell hits a critical spot, it can start the self-destruct sequence, Wang Ming said. Even so, where do we get the materials to build it? The only materials we have now are this broken ghost ship, Shoucheng said. This was indeed a tricky problem. They were now exiled to a very distant area. Unlike when they had drifted on the raft with Ghost Head Blade, they couldn't directly rely on picking up trash from the surface of the sea to create inventions. Do you know about the abandoned sea? At that moment, Wang Ming looked at Shoucheng and asked, there's a abandoned sea like this in every hot spiritual space. The so-called abandoned sea could also be called the Sea of Rotten Ideas, or the Sea of Chicken Rib Inventions. Scientific research was a path that constantly sought progress through exploration, and before something could be successfully developed, there would often be many failures first. Apart from that, in the research and exploration of cultivation science, there were times when scientists would be invited to create some chicken rib inventions and develop all kinds of IQ tax-deductible products in order to satisfy their vile interests or to raise funds for their own research experiments. Wang Ming felt that Shoucheng was more experienced than him in this regard. These so-called rotten ideas and chicken rib inventions would ultimately form something like a waste recycling station in these people's spiritual spaces, which was the abandoned sea. The abandoned sea? No. I don't have such a thing. My inventions have always been useful. They definitely aren't chicken rib products. Shoucheng crossed his arms and lowered his head, looking unwilling to admit it. TSK, don't be like that, Mr. Shoucheng. Every scientist has a few failed inventions, and so do I. You don't need to belittle yourself. Now that our spiritual space is attached to the same space, those things in the sea of abandonment may not all be yours. They might also be mine. Wang Ming knew that for Shoucheng, this might be a public execution, but at this critical juncture, there really wasn't any other way. So, if you agree, give me your hand. With our brainwaves combined in this state, it shouldn't be a problem for us to sense the abandoned sea, Wang Ming said helplessly. Ha 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 ha. That's right. It might also be yours. At this thought, Shoucheng couldn't help being happy. All right. Then, I'll sense the existence of this sea. Then, he felt reassured and gave his hand to Wang Ming. Time flowed relatively slowly in the spiritual space. An hour in the outside world might only be a minute of thought in the spiritual space. Just like that, the two of them steered the ghost ship over the sea for about 20 hours before they found the legendary abandoned sea. Wang Ming and Shoucheng gradually saw it. A large number of crappy inventions were floating in this sea. Wang Ming used the boat's fishing net to randomly fish up a crappy invention. It was a very strange-looking doll that looked like a piggy bank. Wang Ming remembered that this seemed to be a weight loss product that had been very popular online a while ago, called the Fat Loss Piggy Bank. It was said that anyone who felt guilty after eating a big meal could put a 1 yuan coin into this doll. Then, this doll would start to shake like a crazy animal for a whole 10 minutes. It was said that in 30 minutes, it could help you lose 600 calories, which was equivalent to running for an hour. Ha ha ha. You didn't invent this thing, did you? It's obviously useless. Shoucheng laughed out loud. Wang Ming, of course, it was impossible for Wang Ming to invent such a useless thing. But for the sake of team harmony, he could only smile awkwardly as he casually stuffed the doll into Shouchung's hand. He prepared to continue casting his fishing net to fish up these crappy inventions floating in the sea to see if there were any usable parts. In the end, as soon as the doll was in Shouchung's hand, a very sharp electronic baby voice suddenly rang out. "Daddy!" This doll-shaped fat lost piggy bank suddenly shouted at Shouchung. Who's your daddy?" Shouchung was utterly alarmed. The doll shouted even more vigorously as it explained excitedly, "Daddy, Daddy. Have you forgotten? You invented me." At that moment, the air suddenly froze. Chapter 1724. Wang Ming and Shouchung hadn't expected the slap in the face to come so abruptly. Neither of them had expected these lousy inventions floating in the sea of abandon to actually have the ability to recognize their owners through voice. In the end, Shouchung's face twitched as he tossed the doll back into the sea with a mournful, "Daddy," as it faded into the distance. Wang Ming was silent. He felt that this might be the legendary, benevolent father and filial son. In fact, as Wang Ming had said, scientists would more or less come up with some useless inventions that people couldn't understand on the path of scientific research and development in cultivation. However, Wang Ming felt that this was indeed the first time he had seen something completely useless like Shouchung's. Because he was well aware of how many useless little gadgets he had invented for fun in the past. Probably no less than 200. These were all little gadgets he had created in his spare time for fun, but there were now far more than 200 of them floating in the sea of abandoned. There were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Initially, to comfort Shouchung, Wang Ming had wanted to find the gadgets he had invented back then to give Shouchung a little psychological balance. In the end, when he threw a fishing net down and pulled it up, it was all Shouchung's sons. "Shouchung, are you short of money?" Wang Ming was blank as he asked. When he thought about it carefully, the reason why Shouchung could come up with so many useless inventions was actually because of one word: sponsored partnerships. There were actually quite a number of civilian cultivation scientists like Shouchung who relied on inventing products that taxed IQ to obtain research funding. It was just that Shouchung was a relatively successful example. "I recorded videos of each of my inventions. I just didn't expect my assistant to accidentally post a video of me making a brainwave spirit sword controller online, and it caused a sensation on Bilibili." Shouchung laughed bitterly. "You know, as a video-up master now, I take the creative incentive program, split the traffic, and occasionally accept advertisements from game companies. It's indeed very profitable. Previously, Bilibili even invited me to the top 100 Up Masters Award ceremony. To put it bluntly, it's all for research funding, so I threw caution to the wind." "So, what are you researching?" Wang Ming was curious. If it was just an ordinary research project, it shouldn't need so much funding. As far as he knew, Shouchung had received more than 20 billion yuan in research funding from Kamiya Ryoko and Lotus Sunday. One could only imagine the secrecy and complexity of the research behind such a large amount of funds. "I don't want to talk about it for now." Shouchung coughed and said, "But I did encounter some obstacles. If I can really escape, maybe I will invite you to participate in the research of this project." "Can you tell me a little about what it is about?" Wang Ming asked. "New energy development," Shouchung said. It's a promising research project." Wang Ming nodded. From this perspective, he felt that the direction of Shouchung's research was in fact similar to the direction in which he was researching the new Dao talisman seal for Wang Ling. Everyone knew that Wang Ling's spirit power was increasing day by day, and had always maintained extremely high spirit power fluctuations. In theory, as long as Wang Ling could release his spirit power limitlessly, he would be able to achieve a relatively balanced state. But given the spirit power in Wang Ling's body, releasing it at will was definitely out of the question. If he didn't control it properly, it could cause secondary damage to the Earth's environment and even the universe's environment. The method that Wang Ming had thought of was in fact similar to the legend of Yu the Great taming the flood. As the saying went, it was better to release it than to block it. But the truth was that if he blocked and released at the same time, the effect might be even better. Thus, Wang Ming's current idea was to seal part of Wang Ling's spirit power and guide the other part out of his body. Furthermore, he could make use of the spirit power that flowed out, and maybe even contribute to the development of the environment. And this was Wang Ming's ideal model for developing a new version of the Tao Talisman seal. If he could succeed, he felt that he could achieve eternity. So in some sense, Wang Ming felt that Shoucheng's secret research was incomparably suited to him. In the future, the two of them might really have a chance to work together vigorously. But right now, Wang Ming just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. He didn't ask Shoucheng about his research anymore, because he knew that this was a sensitive issue, and that asking too much might affect their tacit teamwork. I finally found it. After sailing the Sea of Abandonment for a long time and fishing up many of Shoucheng's inventions, Wang Ming finally found what he wanted. It was a third-generation humanoid mecha armor based on Wang Ling, and was also known as Wang Ling 2.9.1. Shoucheng was stunned on the spot, because he somehow felt that he had seen this humanoid mecha armor somewhere before. "This is my younger brother," Wang Ming said. Wang Ming said, "Since you were swallowed by the Heartless Patriarch, your thoughts will also merge for a short time. You might have seen some scenes of my younger brother fighting the Heartless Patriarch. So that's how it is." Shoucheng suddenly understood. "I've been drifting on this ghost ship for a long time, and indeed saw a similar young man in my muddle-headed dreams. It turns out that it was a scene of the Heartless Patriarch fighting your younger brother. They've also made a mistake." Wang Ming smiled. "The Heartless Patriarch absolutely didn't expect our willpower to be so tenacious. We didn't completely synchronize with his mental space because of his invasion, and even planned to secretly carry out a vigorous counterattack in the Sea of Abandonment. If we regain sovereignty later, we can retrieve the Heartless Patriarch's memories and see what he wants to do." "That's right. This might be a surprise." Shoucheng nodded. But very quickly, his mind suddenly turned. "Wait. You said that the young man fighting the Heartless Patriarch is your younger brother? The Heartless Patriarch is an immortal. How old are you? How old is your younger brother?" That's not the point. Let's work together first. I'll find a chance to explain to you about my younger brother." Wang Ming smiled, then stared at the third-generation humanoid mecha armor in front of him. As you can see, this third-generation humanoid mecha armor is version 2.9.1. However, it failed the mobility tests and didn't meet the preset standards, so it's considered a failure. But it's not completely unusable. Shoucheng crouched down and stroked the smooth metal lines of the mecha armor as he nodded thoughtfully. "Even if it can be used, it still looks a little too small. I'm afraid it won't be easy to sink your giant aircraft carrier. So my idea is to dismantle the core of the third-generation humanoid mecha armor," Wang Ming said. Wang Ming said, "Then, we'll combine our strength and build an even bigger one. Do you think you're assembling a Gundam?" Shoucheng broke out in a sweat. "Besides, even if we can make such a big part, it'll be very difficult to assemble it." "That's not necessarily true. It's not like 2.9.1 can't be used at all. As long as you wear this set, you'll have the power to assemble giant parts." Saying this, Wang Ming had already pressed the button on 2.9.1. 2.9.1 automatically disassembled itself and slowly attached itself to his body like fish scales. Then, he shouted at the surface of the sea, "Son! Grandson! Where are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, buzz! Bang! 2 flashes of light appeared on the distant sea surface. 2 more humanoid mechas turned into shooting stars and instantly appeared at Wang Ming and Shoucheng's feet. Shoucheng was shocked. "This is, Wang Ming, these are 2.9.2 and 2.9.3. In theory, they are indeed the son and grandson of 2.9.1. Put this on the sun first." Chapter 1725. While Wang Ming and Shoucheng were preparing to launch a mighty counterattack, Wang Ling was lost in thought about Wang Ming. Without sacrificing Wang Ming, it seemed that apart from trusting that he could come out on his own and waiting, there was no other way for the time being. The thoughtless ancestor had invaded Wang Ming's body together with the parent body of the thought plague. Wang Ling felt that if he forcibly intervened, he would definitely alert the enemy and cause the other party to deal with it. At that time, the thought plague might directly escape, and once a cunning eternal being like the thoughtless ancestor confirmed that he had no chance of survival, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would self-destruct and completely destroy that mental space. So, what on earth should he do? Wang Ling pondered all sorts of options, and realized that none of them seemed to work, and he gradually started to feel a little irritated. Then, like a clay ox disappearing into the sea, this sudden irritation was completely swallowed up by a mysterious force, and Wang Ling became that calm Wang Ling again. That Wang Ling who always looked expressionless and was as calm as an ancient well. This wasn't the first time his emotions had been swallowed up. Wang Ming had clearly told him earlier that this was a problem with the talisman. This was because while the talisman seal was suppressing his psionic power, it was also suppressing his mood to a certain extent. This was because psionic power changed according to the rise of certain emotions. For example, when Wang Ling felt irritable and angry, his spirit power would reach an abnormal level, so it was very important to suppress his emotions. But because the current version of the talisman seal couldn't precisely suppress a certain emotion, Wang Ling basically had to face a one-size-fits-all situation. As soon as Wang Ling started to react to any emotion, he would quickly suppress it. It had been like this every time over the years. Wang Ling hadn't adapted to it in the beginning, and now he was numb. No one knew the bitterness in between, so much so that he didn't even feel that bitterness now. Wang Ling often felt like he was trapped in a prison. No matter how he shouted, no one could hear him. Wang Ling. At that moment, the girl's familiar voice woke Wang Ling, who had just suppressed his irritation. Wang Ling, Because he was in his body, to be precise, in his sword spirit space. She could clearly sense that Wang Ling was a little different from before, but the expression on his face hadn't changed, so she was a little worried and sincerely hoped that she could be of help. Earlier, I heard Sister Zhai Yin say that the world of the spiritual space is a sea. The more active a person's thoughts are, the larger the size of the sea. Is that right? Lotus Sun asked. Yes, Wang Ling replied, being a man of few words. If that's the case, then I think I can give it a try. Lotus Sun said. The current mysterious sea was already a genuine 9-core spiritual sword. It was an existence that had fused with 9 heavenly Tao magic cubes. The overall ability of the spirit sword had been greatly improved. Just now, Lotus Sun and Mysterious Sea had briefly communicated telepathically. In theory, with Mysterious Sea's current abilities, he could directly connect to the various oceans in the universe. Since the spiritual space was a sea, he might be able to connect to it silently. However, Mysterious Sea had never tried this before, so he didn't know if it would work. Wang Ling's eyes lit up at this suggestion. He hadn't expected Lotus Sun to directly come up with a feasible solution at such a critical moment. As a veritable 9-core spiritual sword, Mysterious Sea had in fact already grasped the essence of the Sea King. If he used Mysterious Sea's sword spirit space to search for a link to the Sea of Wang Ming's spiritual world, it would indeed be a silent method. Wang Ming's spiritual sea was vast and boundless to begin with, and no one would care if seawater mixed in. Moreover, as a spirit sword that could directly manipulate the power of the ocean, Mysterious Sea was an excellent camouflage in this environment, which was also a home field advantage. I think Miss Lotus's plan is feasible. Wang Ying nodded. He felt that it was a good idea, since it could infiltrate without a sound and wouldn't arouse the other party's suspicions. The most important thing was that once Lotus Sun and Mysterious Sea successfully entered that spirit sea, they would be a huge help to Wang Ming. At the most critical moment, they would be able to give the thoughtless ancestor and the thought plague queen the final blow. Reclaim control of the body. If Ling Zhenren and Lording think it's feasible, then I'll also help. Combined with the power of my soul index, I believe I can help Miss Lotus and Miss Mysterious Sea quickly locate Mr. Wang Ming's spiritual sea, Death Heavenly Tao said. At that moment, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, and had to be released. Everyone knew that this was a race against time. After making up their minds, Lotus Sun and Mysterious Sea reacted very quickly. She quickly closed her eyes and immersed herself in her thoughts. Then, in concert with the bewitching dance of Death Heavenly Tao's soul index, she began to combine the passive ability of man and sword as one to search the sea of spiritual space. After Mysterious Sea's sword intent drew a blue circle on the floor of Lotus Sun's room, the aura of the boundless ocean was instantly released. Like a compass, blue sword chi guided Lotus Sun and Mysterious Sea to Wang Ming's position, success. Death Heavenly Tao was very excited. He didn't expect that Mysterious Sea could really connect to the sea in the spiritual space. Next, as long as Lady Rong jumps down and follows the guidance of this blue sword chi, she'll be able to find Mr. Ming's location. And this is the legendary, Blue Sea Route. Wang Ling and Wang Ying, I'll do my best. At that moment, Lotus Sun took a deep breath and jumped in almost without the slightest hesitation. The moment she jumped into the circle of light, she instantly changed into Mysterious Sea's gorgeous blue dress like a goddess of the sea. The white waves at the hem of the dress swayed in the wind, and for a brief moment, Wang Ling was slightly dazed. But it was only for a split second before his thoughts returned to normal. Elsewhere, Wang Ming and Shoucheng were still on the ghost ship collecting the materials to build the giant mecha armor. The whole process was more troublesome than they had imagined. Dressed in the humanoid mecha armor, they scavenged the surface of the sea. At that moment, an area in the Sea of Abandonment suddenly boiled. What's that? Shoucheng was startled and called out to Wang Ming. A moment after the boiling seawater turned into gorgeous bubbles and rose to the surface, Lotus Sun abruptly poked her head out. Brother Wang Ming. The familiar voice instantly triggered Wang Ming's thoughts, and he was pleasantly surprised. So it's you, Rong Rong. Shoucheng also turned pale with fright. Miss Lotus Sun, it's actually you. Why are you here? I'm here to help you. Lotus Sun said. Great. Wang Ming stared at Lotus Sun and couldn't help praising her. As expected of my chosen sister-in-law. You can even come in here. At that moment, the seawater boiled even more. Lotus Sun's face flushed red. Senior Shoucheng, don't listen to his nonsense. I am not. Chapter 1726. Lotus Sun was clearly only at the foundation establishment stage, yet she was able to enter this spiritual space in such a stealthy manner and even become one with the seawater. Just by looking at her, one could tell how strong she was. Miss Rong, and Mr. Ming, I'm really curious. Is Miss Rong really at the foundation establishment stage? Shoucheng stared at Lotus Sun in disbelief. Senior Shoucheng, I'm indeed at the foundation establishment stage. I'm at the foundation establishment stage. Lotus Sun smiled. In fact, she had been stuck at the late foundation establishment stage for a long time, and hadn't found a good way to break through the bottleneck. It was as if her blood had been frozen. She had been anxious to improve her realm earlier because she was worried that if the gap between her and Mysterious Sea's battle strength was too great, she wouldn't be able to control Mysterious Sea and lose control. But Monk Jin Deng's explanation earlier had completely dispelled her worries. So now, she was relieved that she was still at the foundation establishment stage, and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Incredible. Shoucheng sighed endlessly, feeling like his worldview had been refreshed. He knew that it was all because of Wang Ling, and Wang Ling was that dead fish-eyed youngster whom Jamiya Ryoko had asked him to look for back then. So what was the relationship between that eldest daughter of the Jamiya family and this eldest daughter of Huaguo Water Curtain Group? Because Shoucheng didn't know that the two of them had reconciled, he instantly came to a realization: these two girls were definitely fighting over Wang Ling's affections. No wonder his research funding had been so easy to swindle back then. Girls in love could easily destroy the world and lose their minds. As an experienced person, Shou Chong also had a rich emotional history, so he naturally knew how crazy a person in love, especially a person with a love brain, could be when they did things. He felt that he could try to get closer to Lotus Sun through his love experience. After all, he was already like this. Because of the heartless patriarch and his senior sister Phoenix, the research lab had been destroyed, and the previous research data might no longer exist. Fortunately, he had a powerful brain that could move clouds, and he could still remember the data. As for the most important meteorite fragment that he had named Eternity, he had stored it in an even more secret place. No one knew where it was hidden. If he were to leave in the future, he would need a huge amount of funds to rebuild the research lab. Therefore, it would be crucial for him to please this young lady. After Lotus Sun joined the team, Wang Ming and Shou Chong's efficiency was clearly doubled. Since Lotus Sun had the ability to manipulate seawater, Wang Ming and Shou Chong didn't need to specifically search for her. No matter what they were looking for, as long as they gave Lotus Sun a word, the waves would directly push the item to their eyes. In the process of finding, dismantling and assembling parts, Wang Ming realized that Shou Chong seemed to suddenly have a lot more problems. "Miss Rong, how long have you liked that classmate Wang Ling?" Shou Chong asked as he assembled the parts. He looked nonchalant, but this question stunned Lotus Sunday. Lotus Sun instantly blushed. I don't know how to answer you, Senior Shou Chong, Wang Ling, Wang Ying, Sun Yinger, Death Heavenly Dao. It was very obvious that Shou Chong didn't know that Wang Ling and the others were spying on them in the sword spirit space inside Lotus Sun's body. They had been brought in by Lotus Sun, and they couldn't go out, because once they did, there was the possibility of alerting the enemy. Shou Chong also knew that this question was actually a little rude. If he had known that Wang Ling was here, he definitely wouldn't have asked it, but now, he just didn't know that Wang Ling was hiding in Lotus Sun's sword spirit space. It wasn't just him, even Wang Ming didn't know. As a member of Ling Rong's clique, Wang Ming naturally wouldn't let go of any opportunity to tease Lotus Sun and play matchmaker. Seeing Shou Chong ask this question, he couldn't help echoing him. To be honest, I've always been curious. What on earth do you like about that guy, Rong Rong? Just because it was his first day at school and he ignored you and took the initiative to greet you? Did that pique your curiosity? Lotus Sun couldn't help laughing at this question. At first, it was a little out of spite, but later, I realized it wasn't. I think that classmate Wang Ling, once he likes someone, he's definitely a loyal person. Why? Wang Ming and Shou Chong asked in unison. Because he's too loyal to crispy noodle snacks. Who would be so obsessed with a snack that he would keep it by his side when he eats or sleeps? Lotus Sun said seriously. That's true. Wang Ming nodded. In love, the one who takes the initiative is always the one at a disadvantage. But sometimes, you really like it. At that moment, Shou Chong couldn't help sighing with emotion. This piqued Lotus Sun's curiosity. It sounds like Senior Shou Chong is someone with a story. Hee, of course I have a story. Shou Chong laughed. Actually, to tell you the truth, one of my ex-girlfriends is my senior sister. That Madame Feng Chu whom you dealt with before. Feng Chu is your ex-girlfriend? Wang Ming was stunned. The noble circle is really messy. When fellow disciples carry out many missions together, feelings beyond that of being fellow disciples are bound to develop. Shou Chong laughed. Previously, my senior sister barged into my laboratory to capture me. Although I know that those who barged in weren't her, they were just replicas created by her. Although I knew that the intruders weren't her, and were just replicas she had created, when her replicas stepped on me, did you know that I actually recalled that time? Lotus Sun, Wang Ming, speaking up to this point, Shou Chong heaved a long sigh. AI, you youngsters definitely don't know how comfortable it is to be stepped on by a domineering elder sister wearing black stockings. To put it bluntly, it's a special kind of pleasure. Back then, my senior sister was also a charming woman when she wasn't old. Back then, it was she who chased me and used this kind of pleasure to lure me into a trap. Lotus Sun, Wang Ming, so, Miss Lotus Sun, don't be fooled by classmate Wang Ling's serious demeanor. The more serious a person is, the crazier they will be when they fall in love. Furthermore, it's highly likely that they have certain hobbies. After thinking about it for a while, Shoucheng sked and smiled at Lotus Sunday. He might not necessarily be like me, who likes to be stepped on and played with by senior sister. Maybe he has other hobbies. Classmate Wang Ling's strength is extraordinary, and it looks like his stamina is also excellent. Once he starts, he might not be able to stop. Lotus Sun, Wang Ling, ? Everyone else. Chapter 1727. It was very obvious that as someone who had been through it, Shoucheng might have some special hobbies when he was in love, but that didn't mean that other people would have special hobbies when they were in love. Furthermore, he didn't think he would fall in love at all, let alone have any hobbies. He couldn't imagine himself in love at all. If you wrote a romance based on him, even if it was just a kiss with a girl, the description would start with, "Ah." So kissing tastes like sweet strawberries or blueberries. Then, "Ah." So the feeling of kissing is the salty taste of pepper. This kind of scenario was a little too stimulating for him, and coupled with his slight social phobia, the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. At that moment, a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. He didn't say a word, and just stared at Shoucheng through the space wall in Lotus Sun's sword spirit space. On the other side, Shoucheng also seemed to sense something, and for some reason, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being watched by some dangerous creature. He pulled his neck back and immediately realized that he might have said something wrong. After all, Lotus Sun was just a little girl in senior grade 1, and she might not be able to understand the fiery feeling of love developing to the final home run stage. It was indeed a little too early to talk about this. He was very tactful, and just smiled awkwardly before continuing to help Wang Ming with his work. "You're too impatient. When it comes to assisting, you have to do it step by step. Once we get out, there'll be plenty of opportunities," Wang Ming said. I'm a little impatient." Shoucheng nodded. "Then, can I ask one last question, Mr. Ming?" "What is it?" Wang Ming was curious. Shoucheng scratched his messy hair. "What is the relationship between Miss Lotus Sun and that girl called Ryoko Kuya? What relationship can there be between women? Of course, they're not rivals in love, but best friends." Wang Ming couldn't help laughing. "So that's how it is." Realization dawned on Shoucheng, and he hurriedly thanked him. "I understand, thank you, Mr. Ming." Sure enough, everything was as he had guessed. As expected, there was a shuraba relationship between the three of them. Wang Ming looked at Shoucheng's infuriating expression, and for some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. However, right now, most of his attention was still focused on building the giant mecha in his hands, and he did not have time to pay too much attention to other things. Shoucheng's expression was certainly asking for a beating, but he really did not think too much about it. No way, did anyone really think that Ryoko Kuya and Lotus Sun were rivals in love? Meanwhile, on the other side, when Jingzai and Loathing. After retreating from the Wang family's small villa, due to Jingzai's injuries, the two of them quickly returned to Bao by Group's floating ship. SCB-L001 was injured. As the first dragon to be successfully nurtured, Jingzai's injury attracted much attention. Ever since he was born, he had almost never experienced the feeling of being injured. This was also Jingzai's first experience of being injured. All in all, it gave him a different kind of wonderful feeling. So, this is the feeling of pain. In the core world that was enveloped by golden lightning, he clenched his dragon claws and bathed in lightning. Dragon descendants could speed up the recovery of their injuries by extracting the power of natural elements that matched their attributes. But Jingzai never expected Wang Nuan's 2 punches to actually have the effect of inflicting serious injuries, which slowed down his recovery. F***CK, so annoying, why did you run away just now? If you join hands with me, we might be able to beat him. Holding an ice cream cone, Loathing stayed by Jing Zai's side. That child is very dangerous. This is a critical moment for the Dragon Clan's revival. I can't make the slightest mistake or do something I'm not confident in, Jing Zai explained with a sigh. He also didn't want to run away like a mouse. As a dragon descendant who had inherited the power of a giant dragon, it was a disgrace for the Dragon Clan to flee in defeat like this. The dragon warriors should die in battle, not surrender because of battle. After sorting out his thoughts, Jingza rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Don't forget about Hades. Don't forget that we have a labor contract. We're just following the rules here. If we're not confident, according to the rules of the mission, we can choose to leave. Alright, Loathing pursed her red lips. But that little guy is really interesting. Even if I have to leave, I should have tried just now. If there's another chance, I'll definitely let you try. Jing Zai endured the pain and revealed a smile. To this, Loathing mercilessly criticized, you look so ugly when you smile. Is that so? Jing Zai looked awkward. He realized that he knew Loathing. After that, it seemed that his personality had unknowingly changed a little. In the past, he had never smiled at a person like this and revealed such an expression. But now, Loathing had appeared. No matter how much he didn't want to admit it, in fact, a large part of the reason he had just decided to retreat was because of Loathing. He didn't want Loathing to happen to him. Something had happened to him under his command. This injury had allowed him to comprehend many things. He began to gradually feel some unknown emotions growing in his body. At the same time, because of this defeat, a fighting spirit was aroused. That family surnamed Wang. He must not let this family survive in this world. Otherwise, in the future, when the Dragon Clan was revived, this family would be the future enemy of the Dragon Clan. At this time, under the continuous roar of thousands of thunderbolts in the Cleansing Swamp's exclusive dragon descendant core world, a bright moonlight seemed to penetrate the eternal universe, breaking through the sky and sprinkling down with a kind of holy brilliance. The light was like starlight, with an immortal dragon might. Jing Zai and Loathing. Almost at the same time, they raised their heads with a bit of surprise in their eyes. Moon Dragon Lord, Jing Zai and Loathing both sensed the aura of moonlight. That was the aura of Moonlight Dragon, one of the 3 leaders of the Dragon Clan. After the bright moonlight fell, it quickly focused and then slowly gathered on Jing Zai's body. Almost in an instant, his injured body was healed. The power of the moonlight poured in inch by inch, seeping into every cell in his body. Jing Zai felt that the spirit power in his body was unprecedentedly abundant. Your aura seems to have become stronger. Loathing looked shocked. That's right, this is the eternal moon starlight of Moon Dragon Lord. It can quickly recover from injuries and give you power beyond your own combat power within a limited time. Jing Zai shook his hand. He felt that he had been strengthened. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel even more excited. Baijia's eternal moon starlight directly gave him a boost of dragon power 5 times that of before. If it was this kind of power, he was confident that he could completely defeat that baby girl. He could even capture her alive in public. Chapter 1728. With Lotus Sun's help, Wang Ming and Shoucheng's construction progress was undoubtedly much faster. Mysterious C's tyrannical sword Qi could accurately cut out each component based on the blueprint in Wang Ming's mind, even if it was just a screw the size of a melon seed. This scene was similar to Wang Ming's battle of wits and courage with Ghost Head Blade. Perhaps the heartless patriarch would never have dreamed that while he was controlling Wang Ming's body, someone would actually be building a giant mecha armor in this spirit space on this banished ghost ship and trying to fight him. In the movie Pacific Rim, this kind of Ultraman fighting monsters action on the sea was something that the movie, Pacific Rim, called experts. When all the parts were finished, Wang Ming let out a long sigh of relief, because there was only one last step left. With just one command, all the parts on the ship that had been assembled would instantly assemble into a complete giant mecha armor. I never thought it would actually work. Shoucheng was extremely excited. As a lone wolf among scientists, he had always relied on the power of words to concentrate on researching products. The assistants in the lab were hired to do odd jobs, and he had done almost all the core work himself. But now, the joy and excitement of working together with someone had somehow become even more intense at this moment. There are 2 seats for the main pilot and co-pilot. I'll be the main pilot. Don't get excited, there's still one last step. Wang Ming's expression was solemn. Then, the 2 of them put on the main pilot and co-pilot cores, and with a burst of electromagnetic energy, their bodies actually floated into the air on this ghost ship until they were almost 80 meters in the air before they came to a stop. On the ghost ship, on the surface of the sea, all the parts of the giant mecha armor that had been assembled were summoned by the core at that moment, and they moved in unison. A giant Wang Ling mecha armor was successfully assembled on the abandoned sea, erupting with powerful fixed power. The giant Wang Ling mecha armor was even stronger than Wang Ming had imagined. Because of Lotus Sun's help during the assembly process, Mysterious Sea's sword seal had been added to almost every component. This sword seal was similar to a kind of enchantment that could substantially increase the mecha armor's overall combat strength. Sitting in the main pilot's seat, Wang Ming couldn't help laughing when he sensed how powerful this giant Wang Ling mecha armor was. This giant Wang Ling mecha armor. This was the sword seal of the 9-core spirit sword. He had never fought such a rich battle in his 8 lifetimes. Too strong. We can really take back our sovereignty. Shoucheng stretched out his trembling hands and held onto the control stick of the front passenger seat. His face was filled with excitement. At that moment, he and Wang Ming were inside the body of this giant Wang Ling mecha armor. Feeling the powerful spirit power it gave off, they were full of confidence for the upcoming battle. It's all thanks to the strawberries Rongrong planted on this giant Wang Ling, Wang Ming said. Indeed, he hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. That's a sword seal, not some kind of strawberry. Lotus Sun quickly retorted. It's all the same. Even if I don't plant them today, I will in the future. Wang Ming smiled slightly. Wang Ling, Lotus Sun, after a short tease, Wang Ming tested the agility of the giant Wang Ling mecha armor, and finally decided to challenge the giant aircraft carrier which had been taken away by the Heartless Patriarch. Brother Shoucheng, it's time for us to perform. Wang Ming's lips curled up. After the countdown of 3, he and Shoucheng pushed the joystick in front of them at the same time. Bzz. At that moment, sword seals intertwined on the giant mecha armor, and the 9-core sword seals superimposed on every part of the mecha armor, giving it an astonishing aura. At that moment, the grayish-black body of the mecha actually turned a glazed blue color, like a sea dragon soaring into the sky. Then, whoosh! The 80-meter-tall giant mecha armor didn't look cumbersome at all. It turned into a stream of light as it moved horizontally across the sea. Wherever it passed, the waves were divided into 2 walls of water on the left and right, and it actually looked like the sea was parting. Wang Ming was really too fast. The giant mecha armor, which had turned into a stream of light, swiftly approached the aircraft carrier which the Heartless Patriarch was on, and the latter couldn't react in time at all. It wasn't until they were about to collide that the Heartless Patriarch received a warning internally. He reacted very quickly. Although the god brain hadn't fully recovered, Wang Ming's maneuver was within his expectations. However, he was extremely confident, and didn't dodge at all as he planned to meet the attack head-on. Although Wang Ming had constructed the giant aircraft carrier which he had extended, the Heartless Patriarch was now at the helm of the aircraft carrier. Furthermore, after fusing with the god brain, the combat strength of the giant aircraft carrier was already on a completely different level. As an earthling who wasn't a cultivator, Wang Ming's ability to develop his brain to this extent was indeed beyond the Heartless Patriarch's expectations, but he still didn't care about a brain of this level. Ha, do you want to regain your position? Dream on. Since you've fallen, don't dance again. He snorted, and the aircraft carrier's radar swiftly tracked down Wang Ming's giant mecha armor. However, he was taken aback by its speed. If he hadn't guessed correctly, Wang Ming should have used the waste in the sea of abandonment to assemble this thing in a short time. But those things were all waste. They were all trash. How could the performance of the piece together be so superior? You're courting death. He gripped the rudder tightly with one hand and pressed the red button in front of him with the other. In an instant, tens of thousands of turrets on the giant aircraft carrier fired in unison, and countless missiles were fired in unison at Wang Ming's giant mecha armor. These missiles were like rain as they rapidly shot over from the horizon. Cannon light and smoke blended together, and every single missile was surrounded by runes and possessed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Wang Ming was astonished. He never thought that after the Heartless Patriarch took over his giant aircraft carrier, he would actually be able to raise its overall combat strength to this level. If it hadn't been for Lotus Sun's help this time, even if they built this mecha armor, their chances of winning would have been uncertain. Wang Ming's target was very clear in the face of these incoming missiles. He had come to destroy this giant aircraft carrier, so he was going straight for its back door. This was what he had left behind when he had built the aircraft carrier back then. One hit and the giant aircraft carrier would directly disintegrate. Thus, he had no intention of avoiding these missiles at all, but directly charged forward into this rain of bullets. The Heartless Patriarch was stupefied by his reckless stance. At the same time, what shocked the Heartless Patriarch even more was that as Wang Ming piloted the giant mecha armor closer and closer, he finally got a clear look at it. When Wang Ling's trademark dead fish eyes appeared vividly on the giant mecha armor and met the Heartless Patriarch's gaze, a fear that came from the depths of his heart was instantly outlined. Although this pair of dead fish eyes looked harmless, they were extremely lethal. "Why is it you again?" The Heartless Patriarch was so frightened that his mind instantly went blank. At that moment, Wang Ling opened his eyes in Lotus Sun's sword spirit space and waved his hand lightly. In the air, the tens of thousands of missile warheads that had been aimed at Wang Ming actually turned at the same time and followed Wang Ming to smash the giant aircraft carrier. Chapter 1729. The moment Wang Ming hit the back door of the aircraft carrier and caused it to disintegrate, thousands of missiles fell in unison, covering almost every inch of the aircraft carrier. Like firecrackers, they flared up and exploded continuously on the sea's surface. For a moment, the air billowed as endless seawater was evaporated by the flames. Wang Ling had been lurking in Lotus Sun's sword spirit space the entire time, and only made his move at the very last moment when Wang Ming approached the aircraft carrier. In addition to reversing the direction of the warheads, Wang Ling also single-handedly suppressed all the living beings on and off the aircraft carrier to ensure that the mother of the thought plague wouldn't escape. This move was one of the heavenly Tao, we are all wooden men, sub-branches of the Great Suppression spell. Once this spell was activated, it could imprison everyone in a fixed area. They wouldn't be able to move an inch, and they wouldn't even be able to use their magic treasures normally. Even their souls would be imprisoned and unable to move. In Wang Ling's opinion, this was the best move to deal with the mother of the thought plague. Thus, when the giant Wang Ling mecha armor smashed through the giant aircraft carrier's back door and disintegrated it with a single punch, the mother of the thought plague was instantly engulfed in flames as the missiles exploded. Among the great old rulers, the thought plague's main method of mental invasion was in fact the weakest in terms of physical strength. Once they were targeted, in a situation where they couldn't transfer their souls and their bodies were exposed, even a soul formation cultivator would be able to easily crush them to death. After the giant aircraft carrier was destroyed, Wang Ming could clearly sense that this mental space had already returned to his control. He set up the giant Wang Ling mecha armor he was operating as a new base, and at the same time, he directly had it lie flat on the surface of the sea and transform into a giant ship. On the other side, the Heartless Patriarch was also captured. He had been taken away by Lotus Sun the moment the aircraft carrier had disintegrated, and was now bound by Mysterious Sea's sword intent. This was a very skillful tortoiseshell binding, and his posture was graceful and a little flirtatious. "You didn't expect me to actually come back, did you?" Wang Ming crouched down and couldn't help laughing. "Humph." The Heartless Patriarch turned his face away. It was clear that he didn't accept this outcome. If it wasn't for the fact that my god brain hasn't fully recovered, how could you two trifling juniors be my match? No matter how unwilling you are to admit it, your defeat is a fact. Although I didn't know what agreement you had with that Bai Zhe, I do know a lot now that I've regained my sovereignty, Wang Ming said with a thoughtful expression on his face. After regaining control of the spirit space, Wang Ming had synchronized all the memories of the Heartless Patriarch's contact with Bai Zhe. At present, it was certain that the other party was indeed formulating a plan to revive the dragon race. By excavating a large number of dragon skeletons in the dragon graveyard and piecing them together to extract their genes, they would then revive them with a supreme spell. Wang Ming captured the memories and shared them with Wang Ling, Lotus Sun, and the others. That guy actually became one of the 3 leaders of the dragon clan, the Moonlight Dragon. Ha ha ha, this guy really won't go away. This time, Wang Ming really couldn't help laughing. Bai Zhe. A man who had been repeatedly whipped by his younger brother Wang Ling had actually imagined himself to be one of the 3 leaders of the dragon clan, Moonlight Dragon. In terms of battle prowess alone, this was probably Bai Zhe's strongest battle prowess to date. Who knew how many slaps he could take from Wang Ling? He didn't know much about the dragon race, and only knew from rumors that this race was very strong. At its peak, it had even surpassed the rulers of the old days. Moonlight Dragon was one of the 3 leaders of the dragon clan, and Wang Ming had also learned from the Heartless Patriarch's memories a special ability called Eternal Moon Starlight. In fact, this was Moonlight Dragon's dragon breath. It lingered around Moonlight Dragon's body and had a very strong healing effect. And the most important thing was that Eternal Moon Starlight could ignore serious injuries. Previously, Wang Ling's slaps had a serious injury effect, which hindered the healing ability of those who had been passively beaten. Now, with the existence of Eternal Moon Starlight, who knew, they might really be able to fight Wang Ling for 10 rounds. But obviously, that wasn't the crux of the problem now. Instead, what on earth was the purpose of reviving so many dragon descendants? Ordinary dragon descendants couldn't possibly be Wang Ling's match. Even the 3 leaders of the dragon clan would have to think twice before dealing with Wang Ling. As Wang Ling's old rival, Bai Zhe should be well aware of this point. In the past, Bai Zhe's blind confidence had already become a habit. Although he had become Moonlight Dragon this time and was already the strongest in history, he wouldn't repeat the same mistake of continuing to be blindly confident and then failing in public. Wait, I think I've discovered something. But for the time being, I don't know what it means, Wang Ming suddenly said at that moment. Through the Heartless Patriarch's memories, he remembered a strange symbol that the Heartless Patriarch had seen in the dragon graveyard when he had borrowed Wang Ming's body. It was a strange symbol made up of holes, which looked like it had been smashed by something. Wang Ming recorded this strange symbol from memory and drew it on the ground. Then, he was dumbfounded. Does anyone know what this is? Wang Ming asked as he stared at the diamond-shaped symbol. From its shape, it looked a little like a diamond. Death Heavenly Tao pondered for a moment, and his expression was instantly horrified. Ah, this, Senior Death Heavenly Tao, what did you think of? Lotus Sun asked. I keep feeling that, it's a little like the mark of cosmic punishment. Death Heavenly Tao rubbed his chin and said, back then, there was actually a saying about the destruction of the ancient dragon clan overnight. It was said that because the dragon clan was too powerful, the universe was forced to activate a system of checks and balances, which erased the existence of the dragon clan. This kind of punishment, which resulted from the universe's ability to check and balance, was called cosmic punishment. So I thought, could this be the legendary mark of cosmic punishment? Mark of cosmic punishment? Wang Ying laughed. If that's the case, Bai Zhe's resurrecting the dragon descendants isn't just to revive the dragon clan. Instead, he intends to restart cosmic punishment, draw this calamity onto Earth, and use the power of cosmic punishment to destroy Commander Ling? That's very possible. Death Heavenly Tao couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Now that Miss Lotus Sun's spirit sword has fused with 9 old Heavenly Tao magic cubes, and she's been living on Earth all this time, it's very likely that the universe will mistakenly think that Earth is the center of the universe. In addition, Ling Zhenren and Lord Ying are on Earth. Once the ancient dragon clan is resurrected on Earth in large numbers, there's a real possibility that the cosmic punishment that was triggered in ancient times will reappear. Hearing this, the corners of Wang Ling's mouth twitched. Death Heavenly Dao was puzzled. Why doesn't Ling Zhenren look nervous at all? At that moment, Wang Ying shook her head. Because even if Baizhi really does intend to activate the universe's system of checks and balances, it's useless. Death Heavenly Dao, why? Wang Ying crossed her arms and sighed. Because right now, Commander Ling has the authority to activate cosmic punishment. Death Heavenly Dao, ? Everything Baizhi is doing now is the same as submitting a letter of complaint to the universe in an attempt to use the universe's system of checks and balances to suppress Commander Ling. Saying this, Wang Ying couldn't help laughing. But have you ever seen someone accept a complaint about themselves? Everyone. Chapter 1730. It wasn't that Wang Ling hadn't wondered what Baizhi's ultimate goal was after taking such a big detour. He had many answers in his mind, but the most likely one was that Baizhi was trying to use the universe's checks and balances to kill him. Did someone really think it would be useful to complain to the universe about him? Wang Ling had thought that no one would be that stupid, but this time, he had learned something new. After Wang Ming regained control of his body and learned and analyzed the Heartless Patriarch's memories, these deductions could now be said to be true. Wang Ling suddenly remembered when he had watched a TV series back then. An official in an ancient uniform sitting in the court had slammed the gavel and shouted, "Who dares to sue this official?" It was said that material came from life, but Wang Ling had never thought that one day it would happen to him. Now that the main body of the thought pestilence had been destroyed and the source of the main body had been cut off, no new thought pestilence would be produced. Furthermore, the thought pestilence that had already invaded the human body would gradually wither as they could no longer sense the main body. Wang Ling had won a round in this game of chess, but it clearly wasn't time to relax yet. Wang Ling, what should we do now? Lotus Sun asked. She saw the young man's thoughtful expression and eagerly hoped that she could help. She wanted to show off in this way to close the distance between her and Wang Ling. There were times when she felt that she was already very close to Wang Ling, and when she thought that she was about to succeed, the distance between them suddenly seemed very far away. Hence, she now felt that what Sun Yinger had said to her earlier wasn't completely unreasonable. She should have been more proactive. Wang Ling still didn't speak. He crossed his arms and sat cross-legged on the spot, his thoughts conveyed by Wang Ying. The situation is very clear now. Baizhi has already become a moonlight dragon. If he wants to activate the universe's checks and balances, he will have to revive the other two Dragon Clan leaders, Wang Ying said. The other two Dragon Clan leaders? Lotus Sun blinked. Apart from the Moonlight Dragon, the other two are the Dark Devouring Dragon and the Azure Origin Dragon. The Dark Devouring Dragon wields the power of darkness, while the Azure Origin Dragon, as the name implies, it's actually a water dragon, Wang Ying said. Actually, at this point, the rest of the people here immediately understood. Everyone knew that after condensing the 9 Heavenly Dao magic cubes, Mysterious Sea's ability was to control seawater. It was similar to the Azure Origin Dragon's ability. However, Mysterious Sea's abilities were still limited. Mysterious Sea could only control seawater. The Azure Origin Dragon's configuration was even more advanced than Mysterious Sea's. It could control all kinds of water, not just seawater. The Azure Origin Dragon can control water, but its range is limited. With itself as the center, it can only cover 100,000 galaxies around it. But now, Mysterious Sea could cover 1 billion of them. In terms of range, Mysterious Sea had a wider range. But in terms of maneuverability, the Azure Origin Dragon is stronger, Wang Ying explained. Therefore, to sum up, there were pros and cons between the two. So Wang Ling's idea now was very simple. He felt that if he could snatch the Azure Origin Dragon's dragon bone and imbue the Azure Origin Dragon's dragon power into Mysterious Sea, then Mysterious Sea wouldn't just be the Sea King anymore. He would be the true queen of all waters. In Wang Ling's view, this was killing two birds with one stone. This was because the stronger mysterious sea was, the stronger Lotus Sun's ability to handle crises would be. If something happened, she would be able to take care of it on her own, and he wouldn't have to worry at all. Wang Ling felt that as long as he gave her enough ability to protect herself, she wouldn't bother him in the future. However, he had never expected that his plan would bring about the opposite effect. Invisible flirting is the deadliest. At that moment, Wang Ying sighed helplessly in his heart. As the shadow of a genuine old stainless steel log, he felt that this old stainless steel log had a long way to go in terms of love. How long would it take for her to realize this? Next year? Or the year after? In a floating boat at Bao Bai Group, when Wang Ming opened his eyes again, he suddenly heard someone calling him. Lord Wuxin. The person calling him was an employee of Bao Bai Group. He was wearing thick protective clothing as he asked cautiously. Wang Ming swept him a glance. At that moment, he was standing next to a huge pit in the dragon's tomb. This was one of the excavation sites for the dragon bone. Because they had regained control of their bodies, there would be a period of mental emptiness when they took over their bodies. On the surface, they would look like they were in a daze, and wouldn't respond no matter who called them. Fortunately, this emptiness wasn't too long, it was only a dozen or so seconds. Wang Ming laughed inwardly. Now, the people in the dragon's tomb had no idea that he had already regained control of his body. How's the excavation going? He didn't give the game away, and continued to use the tone of the Wuxin ancestor to communicate with these employees of Bao Bai Group. We hit the jackpot. Lord Wuxin. The Bao Bai Group employee said excitedly, we've already detected a huge amount of energy hidden underground in L1289. It's very likely that there are parts of the U3 families buried inside. The U3 families. This was Bao Bai Group's abbreviation for the three leaders of the Dragon Clan, namely the Moonlight Dragon, the Dark Devouring Dragon, and the Azure Origin Dragon. At present, apart from the Moonlight Dragon's bones, most of the Dark Devouring Dragon and the Azure Origin Dragon's bones had yet to be collected, and there were still a lot of missing parts. So whenever there was a new discovery about the U3 families, the Bao Bai Group employees in charge of the exploration were extremely excited. Because if they found something, they would be rewarded with an extra bonus. And this bonus was a huge bonus that was enough for every employee to enjoy for the rest of their lives. Under such an incentive system, all the employees of Bao Bai Group worked hard as if they were on steroids. If they took off their protective suits, the dark circles under their eyes would be clearly visible. Thus, the employees of Bao Bai Group jokingly called themselves pandas. Good job. Wang Ming praised him, then looked at the employee. Where are the parts of the U3 families that were collected? They're already under strict protection in the cemetery's encryption laboratory. No one is allowed to enter, the employee replied. Wang Ming looked at the employee's serial number and said, serial number 10021. Yes, I'm here. The person immediately saluted and replied. Actually, I suddenly thought of something just now. I think we might be able to use other methods to find the remaining dragon bones of the U3 families. For example, the mutual induction of the dragon bones? Wang Ming said, I know. You've done induction experiments before, but the one I'm proposing now is completely new. But to ensure the feasibility of the experiment, I need to take a look at the place where the dragon bones are stored. But, you'll have to apply for it and go through the process, replied 10021. If it's through the application process, then everyone in the company will know about my method. But now, you're the only one who knows. Wang Ming smiled. 10021, when the time comes, if you get my method, you'll be able to smoothly excavate all the dragon bones of the Imperial 3 families. You should be able to imagine how much of a bonus you and the people in your survey team will get, right? That will be an inexhaustible source of wealth. Hearing this, number 10021 couldn't help but grit his teeth. I don't know the location of the encryption laboratory myself, but I know someone, he might know. He was my former boss, and he was also the one who planned the capture of that woman. What woman? That female Special Forces soldier with the surname Zhai, said number 10021. I remember now, very good, that woman was captured really beautifully. Wang Ming feigned a look of sudden realization as he smiled, but in fact there was a dagger hidden in his smile. So, Lord Wuxin, are you really just going to take a look? That's right. I just need to scan it with my brainwaves. You should know how strong my brainwaves are. Wang Ming nodded and continued to smile innocently. So, you just need to get that former boss to take me there. Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look and not go in. Ha, once I go in, I'll directly tear down your base. Chapter 1731. The encryption laboratories in the Dragon Graveyard were located in various parts of the graveyard, some in the air, some underground, and would change positions at any time according to the encryption mechanism. The encryption laboratories were divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Among them, the Heaven level was the highest level encryption laboratory, and there was only one of them in the entire Dragon Graveyard. All the bones of the 3 imperial families that had been found were stored in this only Heaven-level laboratory. This was the highest-level laboratory. Even though the Wuxin Patriarch and Baizha had joined forces, Baizha was still wary of him and didn't give him full access. The 8-legged mechanical crab was a regular means of transportation in the Dragon Graveyard. Wang Ming and number 10021 galloped like the wind through this reddish-brown graveyard. The 8-legged crab looked cumbersome, but it was extremely fast and flexible. The 2 of them soon found the boss, codenamed Wasp, who had brought number 10021 abroad. Wang Ming glanced at Wasp's number plate, which read 291. A 3-digit number plate was enough to prove that the other party was already a veteran employee of the Bao Bai group. In the Bao Bai group, these Pandaren could judge each other's seniority based on their number plates. The earlier they came, the smaller the number, and the higher their rank and right to speak. Therefore, the length of the number was sometimes a symbol of status. A 3-digit number plate was like a 5-digit QQ number, which was already a legendary existence in the Bao Bai group. It was precisely because of this that Wasp was very arrogant. Even though the Wuxin Patriarch was already a first-class scientist in the Bao Bai group, an ordinary Pandaren had to greet him as Sir. As a 3-digit employee, the expression on Wasp's face didn't change much when he saw Wang Ming appear. I know who you are. You're a new scientist, and you entered the first echelon as soon as you came in. Wasp smiled and said, but I don't care who you are. In the Dragon Graveyard, there are a total of 362 zones, and I'm now a zone commander. As long as you're not the commander-in-chief in charge of the excavation and exploration at the site, you and I are equals. I understand. Wang Ming smiled. No, you don't understand. I heard about your request from number 10021 before you officially start working with us. In order to ensure that nothing unpleasant happens, I still want to clarify this relationship with you. Wasp said, first of all, not every division commander knows the location of the Heaven-level laboratory. If you think someone else is more reliable and can bring you more convenience, please leave this division as soon as possible and go to their division. The flow of time in the Dragon's Graveyard is very slow. According to the time here, 10 minutes in the outside world might only be a month in here. Based on the time here, this is the 5th year since Bao Bai was established. I've given the rest of Bao Bai's employees 3 years, and I've capped their performance in the 2nd year. In these 3 years, have any of them surpassed me? Now that I've become this division commander, I'm also one of the number 1 dark horses competing for the position of commander-in-chief among all division commanders. Accepting your proposal to cooperate is completely giving you face. After all, there aren't many scientists in the first echelon. So, we have an equal relationship, not a superior and subordinate relationship. Do you understand now? I really understand this time. Wang Ming laughed bitterly in his heart as he feigned civility. At this point, Wasp nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Wang Ming and confirmed, number 10021 said that you only need to probe the heaven-level encryption laboratory with brainwaves, right? How long will it take? Is 1 second enough? 1 second? This is the highest level of encryption laboratory, and its location can change at any time. You can't stay at a coordinate for more than 5 seconds at most. If you're lucky enough, you can have 5 seconds. But if you're unlucky, you only have 1 second. Wasp said, also, I can only help you once. After all, probing the top secret is also risky for me. Very well, 1 second is enough, Wang Ming said. Whether it was 1 second or 100,000th of a second, as long as this heaven-level laboratory appeared, it definitely wouldn't run away from him. Wang Ming couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Right now, his body was inhabited by the strongest people on Earth. How did you calculate the location of the heaven-level laboratory? Wang Ming asked. I didn't calculate it, but sensed it. Wasp laughed. There are 362 subdivisions in the Dragon Cemetery, and the heaven-level laboratory will always pass by the area under my jurisdiction several times. I've already planted a sensing device in the subdivision under my feet. For some reason, Wang Ming felt that Wasp seemed very familiar with this operation, as if he wasn't the first person to inquire about the heaven-level laboratory's location. He felt that Wasp had already turned this into a business. At that moment, Wasp held a data panel in his hand and stared fixedly at the data on it. They sat on the mechanical crab and kept moving until they reached a certain point. Wasp finally commanded the mechanical crab to stop. It's coming. Get ready. The heaven-level laboratory will soon pass by us, and the coordinates are no more than 2 kilometers away from us, he said. This wasn't precise location information, but it was enough for Wang Ming. It was just a few kilometers, and his brainwaves could still cover it. He concentrated his mental strength and then spread out his brainwaves in one go, covering the ground in all directions like an inescapable net. In the end, Wang Ming suddenly felt that he had caught a behemoth in midair. Buzz! All of a sudden, the huge thing hidden in the air appeared. Under the influence of Wang Ming's brainwaves, the invisible barrier on the outside was actually affected, and its true appearance was directly revealed in full view of everyone. It was a giant thing that looked like a steel chrysalis. No one had thought that such a monstrous thing would actually be a building, and the legendary heaven-level laboratory at that. Wasp's mouth gradually opened wide. He couldn't believe that Wang Ming's brainwaves were so terrifying that they could directly disable the heaven-level laboratory's invisible mechanism. Not only that, the heaven-level laboratory was directly frozen in place, and wouldn't budge an inch. Are you crazy? How could you make such a big deal out of this? Wasp screamed in shock. Big? Wang Ming crossed his arms and curled his lips as he stared at Wasp with a cold look in his eyes. When you brought my girlfriend here, you didn't seem to consider whether this matter would become a big deal or not, did you? Wasp instantly sensed that something was wrong. You are. At that moment, Wasp felt an invisible force strangling his throat, and his whole body actually floated up under a powerful wave. He was being controlled, and under the tremendous mental pressure, he wet his pants on the spot. Then, Wang Ming stepped forward and touched Wasp's head. In his right hand, he used the temporary enchantment spell that he had prepared beforehand to strengthen Wasp's head. Then, he used his brainwaves to control Wasp so that his head faced the steel chrysalis in front of him. There was a whoosh. Chapter 1732. When this heaven-level laboratory, which looked like a steel silkworm chrysalis, appeared in the air, the staff in charge of the laboratory were already aware that the laboratory had been exposed, but they didn't completely panic. After all, this wasn't the first time that the invisibility mechanism had failed. It was like when some celebrity on Weibo suddenly released some gossip, which attracted a huge wave of onlookers and directly crashed the app. It was the same for the invisibility mechanism to fail. What they needed was for the internal coder responsible for protecting the laboratory to hurry up and fix the problem. As the mother nest where the dragon bones of the Usanjia were stored, the number of coder apes in the heaven-level laboratory was the highest. Generally speaking, it only took a few seconds for the invisibility mechanism to fail. But this time, these bald coder apes were astonished to find that the mother nest was already completely out of their control. Hundreds of bald coder apes frantically typed on their keyboards to perfect and repair the heaven-level laboratory's defense mechanism, but there was no reaction at all after they typed in the array code. Why did the bug in the invisibility mechanism take so long to fail this time? It was over, there was no year-end bonus at all. Each and every one of them was on the verge of collapse. Oh no! It's not a bug. We've been invaded by a powerful brainwave. The invisibility array and teleportation array used to encrypt our defense have failed. Very quickly, one of the coder apes slapped his bald head and cried out in alarm as if he had realized something. When the laboratory's internal radar scanned the source of the abnormal brainwave, the camera immediately focused on Wang Ming. Lord Wuxin. Earlier, Baobai Group had already notified them that the control of this young man called Wang Ming's body had fallen completely into the hands of a senior called Ancestor Wuxin. So when Wang Ming appeared and attacked the heaven-level laboratory with brainwaves, a lot of people couldn't react for a moment, and felt like it was unreal. What's going on? Why is Lord Wuxin attacking us? We're on the same side. Idiot. How is this Lord Wuxin? Lord Wuxin is definitely dead, this young man has regained control of his body. F***K, isn't he just an ordinary person? Lord Wuxin is an immortal. For a moment, a lot of people discussed this. They didn't understand what was going on after this backlash. At that moment, Wang Ming stood on the reddish-brown ground of the cemetery. The horn for a counterattack had officially sounded. After regaining control of his body, he felt that his mental power and brain waves were much stronger than before. Is it because of the god brain? Now, the heartless patriarch had been countered by him, but the incomplete divine brain that had invaded his spiritual space was still in his body. In other words, Wang Ming, who had now successfully regained control of his body, had also become the new owner of this incomplete god brain. Moreover, with time, as the god brain gradually recovered, his brain would be even more powerful than before. Thus, when Wang Ming used Wasp's strengthened skull to smash open a hole in the heaven-level laboratory, countless old Japanese creatures appeared in the heaven-level laboratory and started to guard it. He had never seen these creatures of the old days before. They were more like synthetic creatures. They had evil eyeballs full of tentacles, but there were dragon descendants and dragon tails on their backs. They were actually a combination of the dragon race and the creatures of the old days. Flapping their dragon wings, they poured out of the hole in the wall and surrounded the lab as they attacked Wang Ming in a torrent. At that moment, Wang Ming stood on the spot with his arms crossed and rubbed his chin. His brain waves were even stronger now, so of course he wasn't afraid. On the other hand, it was mainly because of the nesting doll linkage that had formed in his body. Because Lotus Sun and Mysterious Sea were still in his spiritual space, and in Lotus Sun's sword spirit space were Wang Ying, Death Heavenly Dao and his strongest younger brother Wang Ling, with so many big shots in his body like nesting dolls, of course he had nothing to be afraid of. Rong, we have to think of a way to get in. Also, it's best not to destroy this nest first. I have a feeling that apart from the dragon bones, there might be other information that I'm interested in. Wang Ming said, maybe this information will help me research a new Dao talisman. A new Dao talisman? Wang Ling's interest in stealing the dragon bones had originally been so. He had wanted to directly seize the dragon bones and then directly raze the entire dragon cemetery to the ground. But now that Wang Ming said that there was information on developing a new Dao talisman in the heaven-level laboratory, the situation had clearly reversed. When Wang Ling heard this, he wasn't sleepy at all. After he said this, a spring instantly appeared at Wang Ming's feet, and Lotus Sun directly appeared. Why did you come out? I didn't want to come out, it was classmate Wang Ling. Lotus Sun said. I see. It was my little brother who wanted to come out of your body. Lotus Sun felt that there was something wrong with this, but now clearly wasn't the time to argue. I'll escort Brother Ming in. Classmate Wang Ling said just now that they can take care of things here. Got it. Wang Ming nodded. With Wang Ling keeping watch at the back, he was naturally very relieved. He didn't need to think too much about it and just needed to charge forward. Whoosh! A cloud of blue mist rose from Wang Ming's feet and finally turned into a dark blue cloud, which then turned into a dark blue motorcycle in front of Lotus Sun and Wang Ming. Before Wang Ming could react, Lotus Sun was already in the driver's seat and wearing a helmet. This was a dark blue motorcycle that had been transformed from Mysterious Sea's spirit power. Wang Ming never thought that a girl could actually have such a cool and unrestrained side. Brother Ming, get on. At that moment, Lotus Sun's clothes had also smoothly transformed into motorcycle shapewear, which accentuated her good figure to the fullest. Wang Ming's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He was extremely self-aware as he put on the helmet that Mysterious Sea had created and sat in the back seat. He didn't wrap his arms around Lotus Sun's waist, but crossed his arms in a very aloof manner. He was a man who already had a partner. Wang Ming felt that he should be more self-disciplined. Brother Ming, sit tight, we're going to set off now. Lotus Sun didn't think too much about it. She stepped on the bike with her slender legs and directly turned the accelerator to the max. There was a loud bang. When the engine roared like a long dragon, a shocking dragon-shaped jet of water instantly shot out of the rear exhaust port of the motorcycle. It was aimed directly at the huge hole that had been smashed open in the heaven-level laboratory, going straight for the root of the problem. At the same time, Wang Ling stood solemnly at the back. He watched as Lotus Sun rode away on her handsome motorcycle, and in the blink of an eye, she turned into a small black dot and pulled away from him. Then, he summoned Jinka at the same time. Sword, Master. Jinka bowed. Wang Ling didn't say much. He just looked at the synthetic creatures that filled the sky and said indifferently, clear the area, leave no one alive. Chapter 1733. It was finally Jinka's turn. When he appeared in front of Wang Ling, he felt as if he had been sealed away for a long time. He hadn't been idle these days. Because of Bai Qiao, he had a lot of calluses on his hands. This was from playing games with Bai Qiao. On one hand, he couldn't refuse Bai Qiao's invitation, and on the other hand, he wanted to improve his relationship with Bai Qiao through games. There were countless body integration stage beings up ahead, and they filled the entire sky. When Lotus Sun rode the motorcycle that Mysterious Sea had transformed into and charged into the mother nest, Jinka also exerted his strength to clear the way for Lotus Sun and Wang Ming. Buzz! A wisp of brown sword chi appeared. At first, it was only the size of a leaf as it floated in Jinka's palm. When he struck out with his palm, it instantly soared into the sky and shot out as a beam of light. This burst of sword chi was extremely powerful, and in the instant that the surrounding synthetic living beings came into contact with the sword chi, they didn't even have a chance to react before they were reduced to nothingness. Indeed, the hybrid lifeforms with dual dragon and old sun bloodlines couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as normal spirit beasts on Earth. These hybrid lifeforms were very lethal. A month or two ago, Jinka didn't think his battle strength would have been enough to contend with them. But now, everything was different. Ever since Bai Qiao's return and Wang Ling's guidance in cultivation, his battle strength had grown significantly. Moreover, he would sometimes be able to comprehend some new abilities while teaching Ling Ming, and it was a perfect example of the saying, teaching and learning are mutually beneficial. After successfully escorting Lotus Sun and Wang Ming inside with Sword Chi, Jinka immediately flicked his finger and used Sword Chi to completely seal off the hole in the lab. In the blink of an eye, all of the synthetic beings in the sky began to howl in rage. These dragon's beard monsters had a certain level of intelligence. They knew that if they wanted to further destroy the laboratory, they had to defeat the sword spirit in front of them. Very soon. The mental pressure of these dragon whisker monsters was concentrated on one point, and they pressed down on Jinka's shoulder. Jinka didn't move. His small body withstood the pressure of thousands of synthetic lifeforms, and his posture was still as relaxed as ever. It was just that his body had sunk slightly into the reddish-brown ground. Jie, in the sky, the synthetic lifeforms let out strange laughter. Then, their tentacles actually began to extend, and thick green mucus oozed out of their suckers before they connected with each other. They can actually be combined? Are they playing a synthetic watermelon? Death Heavenly Tao was dumbstruck at this scene. Sure enough, the creatures of the old Japanese system gave people this extremely mysterious feeling. He watched as the tentacles intertwined with each other and merged into one amidst the slithering sound of the green mucus. He could not help but feel a sense of disgust in his heart. Then, the scattered living beings gathered swiftly and coalesced into a massive dragon-shaped creature. The giant dragon-whiskered monster was hundreds of meters tall. It waved the dragon wings on its back that were made of tentacles, and its claws and tail were all made of huge tentacles. With a casual exhale, he spat out a mouthful of green phlegm which was highly corrosive. Like a waterfall, it enveloped Wang Ling and the others from all directions, leaving them no room to dodge at all. Ke's eyes, as he soared. Ling, he as, you want to cut it with sword chi? He. The dragon's whisker monster's voice rang out directly in Jinka's mind through some kind of mysterious mental power. It seemed to have long since anticipated that Jinka would use sword chi to defend himself, and the moment Jinka made his move, it let out a mocking laugh as if its plan had succeeded. As the product of a combination of an old sun creature and a dragon, its ability was naturally full of mystery and tyranny, and couldn't be compared to ordinary cultivation spells on Earth. This green pus contained a special substance that could melt when it encountered sword chi. Not only would it not be cut or evaporated by the sword chi, it would instantly form hundreds of millions of dense pus beads that fell like acid rain. The more sword chi was used to cut it, the denser the pus beads became. There was no way to avoid it. The dragon thought that its plan had succeeded, and it was laughing sinisterly when the sword spirit in front of it seemed to change a little. His tiny body had grown taller, and even his hair had grown longer. He had transformed from a childlike little sword spirit into a childish, yet cold young man who did not look like someone to be trifled with. You want to dance in front of this king with this bit of strength? Jingbai opened his eyes and sneered as he stared at the several hundred meters tall dragon-whiskered monster in the air. He flicked his sleeve again, and there was a tinge of green in the brown sword chi. As the master of the Sword King realm, he could freely mobilize the sword chi of any spiritual sword in the Sword King realm for his own use. This green sword chi was formed from the combination of foresight and cold nether sword chi. It had a powerful purifying power. When the sword chi collided with the green pus, the pus split into more pus beads, but the corrosive substance inside was also purified and filtered into clean rainwater on the spot. You dare to embarrass yourself in front of this king with such insignificant skills? Jingbai chuckled. Do you think you're the only one who can synthesize? Hearing this, Wang Ling, Wang Ying and Death Heavenly Tao fell silent. They had completely seen through it, but didn't point it out. The truth was that given Jinka's current strength, dealing with this giant dragon-whiskered monster was no problem at all. But Wang Ling realized that Jinka had a problem now. It was that he would always think of ways to find an excuse to merge with him, including several times before. Jinka could clearly beat it in his current form, but he had to pretend that he couldn't, and then choose to merge with Bai Qiao. It could only be said that he had changed. At least in Wang Ling's eyes, he had changed. Ever since he had found Bai Qiao, it was as if he felt uncomfortable all over if he didn't merge with her for a day. Wang Ling didn't know if it was his imagination. He somehow felt that Jinka was flaunting their affection in disguise. Furthermore, it seemed to be secretly reminding him that even the sword spirit already had a partner, so why didn't he have one? Good heavens, so this was what he had been waiting for. At that moment, the corners of Wang Ling's mouth twitched, but he very quickly regained his composure. It was impossible for him to fall in love. He would never fall in love in this life, and even if he did fall in love one day, it was impossible for him to fall in love with Lotus Sunday. Rabbits didn't eat the grass near their burrows. On the other side, Lotus Sun, who had already successfully hacked into the lab, suddenly sneezed violently. "Are you all right? Did you catch a cold?" "But you shouldn't have caught a cold now," Wang Ming asked. "I'm fine, Brother Ming. Maybe someone is scolding me." "Ha, not necessarily. Maybe it's missing you." Chapter 1734. Contrary to Wang Ming's expectations, Lotus Sun's expression seemed particularly calm. Not only did her expression not turn steamy, there seemed to be a hidden smile on her face. Was it because she had become numb after being teased so many times? At that moment, Wang Ming secretly thought that he had miscalculated. He felt that he had indeed used too much force and hadn't been able to control the rhythm of teasing someone. "I notice that you've become calm, Rong Rong." Wang Ming couldn't help laughing as he looked Lotus Sun up and down. "Brother Ming, you've already teased me so many times, I can get used to it." Lotus Sun sighed helplessly. "Then it looks like I'll have to arrange an even bigger surprise to scare you." Wang Ming chuckled, his face very much like Odd Zhua's he smile. "By the way, my lab has developed a lotus root baby rearing product. Do you want to try it?" Lotus root baby? It's an experimental product developed for pregnant mothers and fathers who are still preparing for pregnancy and planning to have a child. It can give them a taste of what it's like to take care of a baby in advance. Wang Ming said, "It uses the immortal lotus to create a body, and then uses big data analysis to analyze the personalities of both the man and the woman. In the end, a virtual personality is injected into the bodies of the immortal lotus babies. So, do you want to make one too?" Hearing this, Lotus Sun sucked in a cold breath. "I don't want to." She bluntly refused. She couldn't imagine what an immortal lotus baby would be like. Furthermore, this immortal lotus baby's virtual personality could only be created by two people. Who did she create it with? With Wang Ling. At this thought, Lotus Sun suddenly felt that she had fallen into a trap again. She glared at Wang Ming, and for the first time, deliberately put on a very angry look. "Brother Ming, don't joke around, I'll really get angry. I'm on a mission right now." "Fine, I was a little too much, I apologize." Wang Ming raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, but he had a cheeky smile on his face and didn't look like he was apologizing at all. Lotus Sun sighed and decided not to argue with Wang Ming anymore. At that moment, the two of them went deep into the lab and found that many of the researchers were frozen in their postures and expressions, as if they were wax figures. "What's wrong with them?" Lotus Sun walked up to a researcher in a white coat and gently poked his face. I covered the entire lab with brainwaves and froze their movements," Wang Ming said. "Is it like a kind of mental suppression? I don't know how to explain it. Brother Ming can still do that?" "Yeah, it definitely wouldn't have worked before. But now that I've regained my body, I feel like I can do many things that I couldn't do before." "Because of the God brain?" "Maybe." Wang Ming said, "Ha ha ha. After all, this was something that belonged to the immemorial one. I felt like I had picked up a treasure for nothing. Moreover, this thing can help me enlighten my thinking. Maybe it can help me successfully research new talismans." Indeed, Wang Ming now felt different from before. With the God brain's blessing, it was as if his brain had been implanted with a motherboard, which allowed him to directly carry out higher density calculations in his mind. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a walking calculator in human form. "Then, Brother Ming, where are we going now?" Lotus Sun asked. She knew that if Wang Ming had already froze all the researchers in the lab with his brainwaves, then he definitely had a clear map of the entire heaven-level lab. "Go this way." Wang Ming nodded, then gave Lotus Sun directions. He directly shared the map in Lotus Sun's mind with his brainwaves and marked their current coordinates. Lotus Sun rode the motorcycle along the map that Wang Ming had synchronized in his mind as she sped through the laboratory, and very quickly arrived at a secret location. This was a place sealed by 3 layers of intelligent gates and an array, and was an important place where the dragon bones were stored. Mysterious Sea. Seeing this, Lotus Sun called out softly. Then, Wang Ming saw a sword chi missile formed from Mysterious Sea shoot out from the back of the motorcycle and directly punch a huge hole through the 3 layers of gates. It could actually do this. Wang Ming was blank for a moment. He felt that Lotus Sun was getting better and better at controlling Mysterious Sea. After entering the lab, Wang Ming and Lotus Sun immediately saw a huge oval crystal container in the shape of an eggshell. The egg-shaped container was connected to over 100 tubes, which were connected to the crystal display walls inside the lab. This is... At that moment, Lotus Sun's pupils contracted slightly as she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Because behind these display walls, there were dragon bones from different parts. The bones of the dark devouring dragon, the azure origin dragon and some of the moonlight dragon, as well as the bones of the other dragon clans. It seems that they're all here. Wang Ming's gaze focused, and his expression swiftly turned serious. He and Lotus Sun quickly got off the motorcycle and went over to the egg-shaped container. There was only one researcher in this huge lab, and he was also frozen in place. He was also holding a password card in his hand, and it looked like he was about to use it to activate some program. Wang Ming stepped forward, took off the password card, and directly swiped it on the device in front of him. Very quickly, Lotus Sun saw a line of words appear on the screen. Lotus Sun took a step forward, frowned, and recited, "What's the person you like the most?" "What does this mean, Brother Ming? Is it a password?" "Maybe." Wang Ming nodded and smiled. Hee, because researchers are under a lot of pressure, they often add their own wicked tastes to the password setting process. This is the same as the news I saw about a foreign doctor before. It said that the foreign doctor was so stressed that he carved the letters S and B on his patient's liver when he was operating on him. Lotus Sun saw Wang Ming put his hand on the researcher's head. "It's fine, let me see what the password in his head is," but the strange thing was that as soon as Wang Ming put his hand on the researcher's head, the electronic screen in front of them suddenly jumped. Mind reading complete. The facial features of the person you like have been successfully retrieved. Lotus Sun and Wang Ming were stupefied at the same time. God knew that this wasn't a password at all, but a mind-reading question. What shocked Lotus Sun and Wang Ming even more was, after the electronic voice sounded, all the ducts connected to the keel in the laboratory instantly burst into a dazzling light. Waves of energy flowed through the ducts and were absorbed by the egg-shaped container in front of them. All of it was injected into the egg-shaped container. Bzzzt. An astonishing burst of spirit power appeared. A powerful shockwave burst out from the egg-shaped container, and then cracks gradually appeared on the egg-shaped container. This. Brother Ming, what is this? Lotus Sun was stupefied. Because a 6-year-old child had appeared in the egg-shaped container in front of them. Furthermore, he actually looked like Wang Ling. Although it was just a child's face, Lotus Sun could tell with one look that it was Wang Ling's face as a child. That question just now was reading Lotus Sun's inner thoughts. The brilliant light flickered for a long time, and this child, who looked almost identical to Wang Ling and was full of the aura of the Dragon Clan, finally opened his eyes. His facial features were so similar to Wang Ling's that Lotus Sun was a little dazed for a moment. The only difference was the 2 7-colored glass dragon horns on his head and the agile 7-colored glass dragon tail on his tailbone. Then, something even more astonishing happened to Lotus Sun and Wang Ming. The child in front of them opened his eyes and looked at Lotus Sun as he spoke in a soft and delicate voice. "Mom, Lotus Sun." Chapter 1735. Lotus Sun was stupefied as she stared at the 6-year-old child in front of her, who stared at her and called her mommy. She was deeply shocked. "Brother Ming, did you arrange for this, Lotus Root person? What are you thinking, Rong Rong?" I didn't arrange it. I did have the idea, but I assure you, I didn't create this little guy. Wang Ming dropped his forehead into his hand. I just looked at the research data in this lab. They should be conducting a dragon bone gene synthesis experiment. In other words, this child is also a descendant of the dragon race? That's right. Furthermore, he has all the abilities of a descendant of the dragon race. It's just that the data I saw shows that this experiment has already failed 1,624,600 times. Who knew that this little guy would hatch as soon as we invaded this place? Wang Ming said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Lotus-san, to be honest, she didn't know what to do with the current situation. She had never imagined that she would be the one to become a mother. Mommy, mommy, the little guy in front of her was still calling her name and even opening his little arms for her to hug. Looking at this face that looked so much like Wang Ling's, Lotus-san hesitated for a moment, but in the end still picked him up. Children needed to be coaxed, so she decided to explain to the other party as gently as possible that she wasn't his mother. Listen, little guy, I'm actually not. In the end, before she could finish speaking, the little guy directly said, my name is Wang Muyu, my daddy is Wang Ling, and my mommy is Lotus-san. Lotus-san was instantly stupefied. She wasn't stupid, and immediately knew that when the system had formed the facial features, it had also transferred some of her memories into it, causing the little guy to fill in the blanks about his life. The situation was becoming troublesome. Lotus-san frowned deeply, her heart full of complicated feelings. At the same time, she looked at Wang Ming in bewilderment. Brother Ming, why doesn't Wang Ling's great shielding spell work on him? Ling Ling's great shielding spell can prevent most humans and high-level cultivators from peaking, but this little guy is an omnipotent dragon born from combining the power of all dragons. I'm afraid we'll have to raise it by a few levels to restrain him, said Wang Ming. Mom. Who is this person? When Wang Muyu heard Wang Ming say the words, restrict him, he seemed especially sensitive. At the same time, he stared at Wang Ming with a vigilant look on his face, and then very seriously asked Wang Ming, are you, a mistress? Wang Ming, Lotus-san, this little guy was young, but he knew quite a lot. They cursed in their hearts at the same time. Why did the system instill so many strange things into his memory? Because of Wang Ming's momentary silence, the little guy's mood suddenly changed. His 7-colored dragon horns and tail instantly turned fiery red, and he said in his soft, childish, but not very standard Mandarin, you, male third party. He stole my mother. I'll beat you to death. Buzz. A powerful surge of psionic energy erupted from his body, filling the entire laboratory in an instant like a flood. Lotus-san was utterly astonished as she felt Wang Muyu's body temperature rise sharply. Then, she suddenly felt her hands burn, and she had no choice but to let go of him. The little guy became even more ferocious after being let go, and his pupils also turned fiery red, just like Wang Ling's. At that moment, his little face, which was unsmiling and serious, had a startling resemblance to Wang Ling. In that instant, even Wang Ming felt dazed. He had watched Wang Ling grow up, and if it weren't for the dragon horns on his head and the dragon tail on his back, he would really have thought that Wang Ling was 6 years old. Rong. Protect me. Wang Ming was so shocked that his face turned white. This little guy was terrifyingly strong, and even though he had fused with the god brain, he still couldn't restrain him. When his mental energy probed, it was unexpectedly disintegrated by an invisible magnetic barrier. Wang Muyu had a combination of various dragon genes, and the magnetic shield dragon was just one of them. When he fought, the magnetic field on his body would spread out to form a barrier that could block all mental energy from invading him. Mysterious Sea. Protect Brother Ming. Lotus-san reacted very quickly. With a single thought, a pool of seawater instantly formed a magic ball around Wang Ming. Soon, however, she suddenly felt a powerful force trying to organize her, trying to disintegrate the magic ball. Was this the power of an Azure origin dragon? Lotus-san was secretly astonished. This little guy's body actually contained the genes of an Azure Origin dragon, one of the 3 great leaders of the dragon clan, and he was trying to use the Azure Origin dragon's power to destroy her magic ball. We can't keep fighting like this, Brother Ming. I don't know, Rong Rong. Why don't you admit it? I'm only 16. I can't admit this kind of thing so casually. She was a little anxious, not because she couldn't hold him off. With the full power of the 9 Cores mysterious sea, dealing with a little baby like this was no problem at all. But if she attacked him openly here, she was worried that the entire lab would be destroyed, and a pile of data might be destroyed. After all, their purpose in coming to the heaven-level lab wasn't entirely for the dragon bone, but also to look for data on new talismans. On the other hand, she still had kindness in her heart and didn't want to hurt this innocent little guy in front of her. Although Wang Muyu had been created by these people, he was also an innocent party. There was no other way. At that moment, Lotus Sun frowned and stared at Wang Muyu. You won't even listen to your mother? I told you to stop. Wang Ming was extremely moved. He felt that Lotus Sun's sacrifice was too great. This stern rebuke had an outstanding effect. His esteemed mother's majesty was still present, and it immediately caused Wang Muyu's fiery red dragon horns and tail to fade, and he returned to his rainbow appearance. Mom! He called out softly, and it was impossible to get angry at his voice. Lotus Sun picked him up again and scolded him methodically. This person isn't the male mistress you were talking about. He's your uncle Wang Ming. Oh, I see. Then what about my daddy? Wang Muyu asked relentlessly. At that moment, Lotus Sun's heart was in despair. But she didn't want to provoke this little dragon man too much, so she could only lie to cover up another lie. Your father is waiting outside. We need to look for some data now. Once we find it, we'll be able to go out and meet him, I understand. Wang Muyu nodded, then pointed in a direction. There's a core secret room here, I'll take you there. Core secret room? That's right, the place where all the data is stored. As he spoke, he stretched out his small hand and pressed it lightly on Wang Ming's shoulder. Whoosh! Wang Muyu used his space movement ability to directly take Lotus Sun and Wang Ming into the heaven-level lab, the most confidential area. At the same time, Wang Ling was anxiously waiting outside the heaven-level lab. Jingbai had already taken care of that huge dragon-whiskered monster, and not even a speck of ash was left, but for some reason, he had an ominous feeling. Chapter 1736. With Wang Muyu's help, Lotus Sun and Wang Ming were unimpeded as they directly entered the core of the heaven-level laboratory. Wang Ming saw a huge experimental apparatus with countless slots for spirit chips on it. Like a brain, it was connected to countless crystal conduits in all directions. As expected, it's the core. Wang Ming was pleasantly surprised. How do we copy the data? Use your brain. As he said this, Wang Ming turned his little finger over and pulled out a wire used to connect the data to it. Lotus Sun was blank. As expected of Brother Ming, has this been modified? It's just a normal operation. This universal reading device was originally in my index finger, but after I met your sister Factor, it wasn't convenient for me to do things, so I transferred it to my little finger. For some reason, Lotus Sun felt that there was a hidden meaning to this. After connecting the universal reading device, Wang Ming's brain worked rapidly, and he felt as if countless pieces of data were being absorbed and stored in his brain. Under normal circumstances, such a massive influx of data would definitely overload Wang Ming's brain and cause it to overheat. But now, he didn't have to worry about this at all. The reading process didn't take too long, it only took Wang Ming a little over a minute to collect all the data in the heaven-level laboratory. After pulling out the conduit, he didn't forget to thank Wang Muyu, who was glued to Lotus Sunday. Thank you, little dragon man. Uncle Ming, take me to see Daddy. This little guy was actually a little shy, and even buried his head in Lotus Sun's shoulder as he spoke. TSK, this little guy is embarrassed. Wang Ming couldn't help laughing. Was Wang Ling, like this when he was a child? Lotus Sun couldn't help feeling a little curious. Not at all, Wang Ming shook his head. He's been an emotionless poker face since he was a child. This is probably his original personality. He's an interesting little guy. But, Lotus Sun frowned and hesitated to speak. To be honest, Wang Muyu's sudden appearance had made her feel rather hesitant, and she was at a loss as to what to do. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. It's better for the little fellow to be in our hands than in Baijia's. He couldn't say this to Wang Muyu, so he said to Lotus Sun telepathically through brainwaves, looking at the current situation, Baijia's essentially studying the omnipotent dragon to make it work for him. He's failed so many times, and we've actually intercepted his only success, so it's very likely that the situation we're going to run into now is, he'll send people to snatch her away? Lotus Sun reacted quickly. Yes. They'll definitely send someone to snatch it. Wang Ming nodded. So we can't let this little guy fall into their hands. The little guy's ability is very strong, but his temperament looks very pure. As long as he's guided properly, there won't be any big problems. Wang Ming gave a very serious analysis. At the same time, he had the same concerns as Lotus Sunday. The main thing was that he didn't know how to explain this to Wang Ling when they really got out later, and he was very curious about Wang Ling's reaction when he saw this child. After all, for a normal person, suddenly becoming a father was definitely more of a shock than a pleasant surprise. Wang Muyu and Wang Ling actually didn't have any genetic relationship at all, and it was only because Wang Ling's facial features had been created and Lotus Sun's deep memories had been read. But the problem was, they really looked alike. It was a perfect replica. Even the dead fish eyes and the color of the pupils were the same. When Wang Ming looked at them, he couldn't help imagining how he had looked when he had faced Wang Ling when he was 6 years old. He had also loved to bully Wang Ling as a child. Wang Ming was about to leave with Wang Muyu when it was as if there was an earthquake in the heaven-level laboratory, and the entire floor started to shake. Wang Ming frowned and had a bad feeling. Someone's here. And they're very strong, and they've directly invaded this place. Several secret transmission channels opened in the heaven-level laboratory. Because Jingbai's sword chi had sealed off the outside of the laboratory, they couldn't directly enter, so they could only use space positioning to achieve a precise invasion. At the same time, countless black dots appeared on the map in Wang Ming's mind. One black hole after another suddenly appeared, and creatures with powerful auras invaded the heaven-level laboratory. Wang Muyu also seemed to sense something, and his eyes were filled with hostility. Winding path teleportation. He also knew this spatial ability. Thus, he already had a sense of who the intruder was. If his judgment was correct, this person was probably a descendant of a dragon who possessed the power of a space dragon. With a burst of purple spirit light, a long-haired woman with a graceful figure and red high heels appeared in front of them. SCB-L007, Ling Yu. From the data he had just obtained, Wang Ming learned the specific information on this person. It was clear that Ling Yu was the leader of this operation. The remaining intruders also had the aura of a space dragon's power. These people were probably stand-ins that Ling Yu had created using the space division spell, which was equivalent to transferring himself from different spaces to deploy in battle. This was also an ability that a space dragon possessed. Hence, she was alone. It was an army. Little fellow, I've finally found you. Ling Yu revealed her graceful posture as she gently licked her lips. There was an indescribable seductive feeling to her as she said, I didn't expect you to be so pretty, little fellow. Come to Big Sister can take you to father. Wang Muyu frowned, thought for a moment, then looked at Lotus Sun and asked, Mummy, why did this auntie say she's the big sister? Lotus Sun and Wang Ming, big, auntie, the veins on Ling Yu's forehead twitched violently when he heard these words. He felt as if his heart had been struck by a violent blow, and thousands of alpacas galloped past him. Stinking brat. Am I that old? She tried to argue with Wang Muyu. However, as a little dragon person, Wang Muyu was honest. how could he have any bad intentions? The little fellow stuck out her little tongue, and after a cute, lil 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 lil, she even pulled her eyelids at Ling Yu and made a face at him. Big milk can. You're already sagging, and you're still saying you're not an auntie. Look at me, mummy, this is what a young girl should be like. Mu Yu, that's too rude, a child can't say that. Although it was a child's words that carried no harm, Lotus Sun still blushed as she listened. She tried her best to teach him, as if she was really teaching her own child. On the other side, Ling Yu couldn't take it anymore. No woman would be able to accept the fact that they were called aunties. This was a blatant provocation, and she couldn't take it. You stinking brat, and you. Ling Yu glared at Lotus Sun viciously, and the next moment, her figure flickered and she disappeared. This was a spatial jump technique, and it was extremely fast. She instantly appeared behind Lotus Sun and aimed at the back of her head, and her slender leg in red high heels lashed out like a whip. Lotus Sun didn't dodge, she had Mysterious Sea's sword chi to protect her, so she didn't need to worry at all. But Wang Muyu reacted very quickly, and the little fellow shouted, "Mummy, watch out." Then, Wang Muyu twisted his body and straightaway stretched out his two little arms. Aiming at Ling Yu's leg, he used his bare hands to catch Ling Yu's leg with 100% bare hands. Ling Yu was utterly shocked, she hadn't expected Wang Muyu to be so strong. Her leg was caught on the spot and she couldn't move at all. Chapter 1737. Ling Yu was astonished. She hadn't expected the little fellow to have such great strength. This whip kick of hers was called the spatial 9 consecutive whips. It looked like it was just one whip, but in fact, it was 9 whips stacked together to form a tremendous force. Although it wasn't Ling Yu's full strength, this added up was still a tremendous force of 10 million tons. However, what Ling Yu did not expect was that the little fellow in front of her could easily use his bare hands to block her slender, snow-white thighs the moment they were about to land. Not only was it locked in place, but Ling Yu could also clearly sense that her strength was being dispelled. Is this neutral Jing? Traditional martial arts focused on neutral Jing, but Wang Muyu's move clearly wasn't. Ling Yu suddenly remembered the yin-yang dragon of the dragon race. This was a high-ranking general in the dragon race, also known as the Tai Chi dragon. And Wang Muyu's body had actually fused with the genes of this Tai Chi dragon. Ling Yu gritted her teeth and tried to pull her leg back, but the little fellow clearly had no intention of letting her go. She was so stunned that she couldn't pull her leg back. You little fellow, let go of me. Humph. I'll let go. Wang Muyu clearly hated Ling Yu. As he pushed her away, he actually returned the force he had dispelled to her several times over. The moment Ling Yu was released, she felt a tremendous force rushing toward her like a torrent. Bzzzt. At that critical moment, Wang Muyu only saw Ling Yu's figure flicker for a moment before the force slammed into her, and she saw her fly backward, coughing up blood. Mummy, she's so fast. Wang Muyu's expression was calm. Even though Ling Yu had reacted quickly, he had still seen everything clearly. Just as he was about to return the force to her body, Ling Yu used the power of spatial jump to swap places with a spatial substitute, allowing the substitute to take the blow for him. After that, he was teleported back to the battlefield. This was done in one smooth motion, as smooth as flowing water. It clearly wasn't the first time Ling Yu had used a spatial substitute to take a blow for her. As the other party who also possessed the spatial ability of the dragon race, Wang Muyu's expression was very solemn. Auntie, is this how the space substitute ability is used? Wang Muyu asked. How I use it has nothing to do with you. Ling Yu's face was as red as a pig's liver. It wasn't because he was injured, but because he was angered by Wang Muyu. She was a charming female dragon descendant, yet she was being called auntie by a child who hadn't even grown his pubic hair yet. This age difference made her tremble with anger. Substitute. You should give your life for me. I can use it however I want. It has nothing to do with you. Ling Yu retorted. She had always regarded these space substitutes around her as tool dragons, and it had long become a habit. Auntie, that's where you're wrong. The space substitute will also hurt. Don't call me auntie. What does a little brat like you know? Auntie, you're still a virgin, right? Wang Miyu asked again. On the side, Lotus Sun and Wang Ming almost choked when they heard this question. Because he had the Moonlight Dragon gene, Wang Miyu also had a lot of insight into the physiological structure of the dragon race. Moreover, he had the ability to see whether the other party was a virgin at a glance. You're already so old, but you still don't have a boyfriend. AI, how pitiful. You're already at the age of being an auntie, but you still haven't gotten married? Wang Miyu said. These words weren't meant to annoy Lingyu, but were sincere greetings from the bottom of Wang Miyu's heart. He really felt that Lingyu was very pitiful. But for Lingyu, these greetings were no different from violent blows to the depths of her soul. Today, I'm going to take you back, you little thing. Imprison me. She was flustered and exasperated, her face green. Wang Miyu's words had hit her sore spot, and all she wanted to do was capture him and ravage him. The next moment, Lingyu's figure changed again, and a silver magic ball appeared in the air. This was Lingyu's exclusive magic weapon for dragon descendants, the essence-swallowing ball. It had reached level 3. Mom and Uncle, be careful. This auntie might run into someone with the ball. Wang Miyu's eyes instantly turned vigilant. The essence-swallowing ball was elusive, and could appear in any space and any location. The most torturous way to use it was to move the essence-swallowing ball into a person's body, and then let it explode in the person's body. Wang Miyu knew the characteristics of the essence-swallowing ball, so he was on guard the moment it appeared. The next moment, his expression turned serious. There was a buzz. A wave of energy spread out in all directions like a tide, with Wang Miyu at the center. The entire heaven-grade laboratory was shaking, and soon after, it spread out beyond the laboratory. Lingyu's expression changed. She never expected Wang Miyu's psionic powers to continue increasing. Soon, a scene that shocked her even more happened. She realized that the essence-swallowing ball in her hand was completely out of control. It didn't listen to her commands at all, as if another force had intervened and forcefully reversed the situation. This was the first time something like this had happened, and Lingyu was at a loss. What's going on? Her face was full of question marks. The loss of control of the magic weapon made her feel a sense of panic. But before she could react, there was suddenly the sound of firecrackers exploding in her mind, and countless mental links were severed. She actually sensed that the countless space doubles she had set up were completely cut off from her. Each and every one of them had lost contact with her. What was going on? She didn't understand. In the next second, one of the space doubles walked up to her. You bitch, I've had enough of you. Then. Slap. Slap. A slap landed on Lingyu's face. Wang Ling and the others frowned slightly when they caught this massive amount of psionic power at the same time. Very strong psionic power. Wang Ying's expression was also solemn. Except for me, Lord Ling, and little sister Nuan, none of the opponents we've encountered so far have been able to burst out with such strong psionic power. If this person isn't a friend, he's a great enemy. But I don't sense any malice in this psionic power, Death Heavenly Tao said. It's not uncommon for experts to restrain their killing intent. But this dragon descendant's aura is very mixed, and seems very strange. Could it be a dragon descendant with a combination of multiple genes? Wang Ying laughed. Let's see. This guy is very interesting. I think we can recruit him. At that moment, only Wang Ling was silent. Because he had already spied on him. Staring at Wang Miyu's face, he began to doubt his life. Chapter 1738. Lingyu had never expected the spatial upgrade to backfire on her. Her substitute's strength had been limited when she had summoned it, and although it wasn't as strong as the original, it was naturally hard for Ling Yu to be caught off guard when she was suddenly slapped in the face. Blood oozed out of the corner of her mouth on the spot, and there was a distinct handprint on her face, on which sharp fingernails had cut into her skin. You bitch! Always using us as a shield. I can't stand you any longer. Hitue. The space substitute that had taken the initiative to attack Ling Yu didn't forget to spit on Ling Yu's body after doing so. And Ling Yu wasn't someone who was willing to suffer such humiliation. Thus, in that instant, her spirit power surged again, but this time, it wasn't directed at Lotus Sun, Wang Muyu, or Wang Ming, but at her substitute. Although the descendants of dragons had the power of dragons, half of their genes were essentially human cultivators. As it turned out, a fight between two women wasn't much different from a fight between two female dragons. Mom, look, there are two aunties. As Wang Muyu applauded, Ling Yu and his space double fought fiercely. In the beginning, they pulled each other's hair, and later, they rolled on the ground. Their posture was very much like those female celebrities who participated in a variety show. The atmosphere was too intense. You can actually break their spatial link? Lotus Sun asked as she stroked Wang Muyu's little head. Wang Muyu narrowed his eyes and looked like he was enjoying it very much. After a while, he replied, "That's right. But I didn't know their link was so fragile that it broke as soon as I broke it." After several battles, both Ling Yu and her space substitute had suffered a lot of injuries. A chunk of Ling Yu's hair had been pulled out, and she had advanced from an auntie to a fire cloud evil god. Come on, aunties. Take back your sovereignty. On the side, Wang Muyu looked like he was enjoying the show. He was speaking to the space substitutes. The main thing is to defeat this auntie, and you'll be free. When the time comes, the auntie will become a substitute, and one of you can choose to stay here in place of the original. What surprised Lotus Sun was that while Wang Muyu wasn't very old, he seemed to be very good at stirring up trouble. Substitute aunties. You can't be oppressed anymore. Stand up. He had to fight. Fight back. A substitute's life is also a life. It couldn't be taken out by the main body like that. Who isn't a good aunt with a clean background? After bidding farewell to the White Emperor, the dragon fist is actually by my side. There is true love in the world. Can you give her 2 punches? Wang Ming, Lotus Sun, she didn't know where Wang Muyu learned his ability to cause trouble, but if he didn't often surf the internet, he wouldn't be able to hit a target so accurately. When these substitutes heard Wang Muyu's words, they all became agitated. Anger rose in their hearts, and they became bold. They rubbed their fists and glared at Ling Yu, ready to gang up on him. Don't listen to him. This is all part of their scheme. Ling Yu, who was beaten black and blue, began to retaliate. Scheme? No, I think he's right. Even if we're substitutes, we have the right to pursue equality. The leader of the space substitutes snorted unhappily. You should know very well what you've done to us while we were substitutes. In your eyes, we're nothing more than tools that you can abandon at any time to block your path. Equality. Equality. We want equality. Ling Yu, but this wasn't the most despairing thing. What was even more despairing were Wang Muyu's next words. Come on, substitute aunties. I support you. Come here, I'll give you some enhancements. Because Wang Muyu knew how to use his spatial ability, it was easy for him to use his own methods to strengthen these space dragon descendants. Thus, this battle could only be described as tragic. Under the barrage of punches and kicks that drowned Ling Yu like a tide, Ling Yu was finally beaten to the brink of death, on the verge of dying at any moment. The space substitutes had already discussed it, and chose the person who fought the most ferociously to replace Ling Yu as the new Ling Yu, who swapped spaces with Ling Yu's original body. The rest of the substitutes returned to their original spaces. Don't worry, sisters, I'm different from this bitch. I definitely won't treat you like tools. Just now, everyone's dragon fist was very good. It fully highlights the modern dragon descendants' pursuit of equal rights and the beautiful yearning for freedom. And from now on, I will continue to work hard with you sisters to create a beautiful future together with this vision. After a series of declarations, thunderous applause erupted from the scene. At this point, Ling Yu's operation to capture Wang Muyu had come to an end, little Mr. Wang. After all the space substitutes had been pushed away, the new Ling Yu turned around and cupped his fists at Wang Muyu. From now on, the new Ling Yu will follow you, little Mr. Wang. That's great, sister. Wang Muyu's eyes turned into crescents as he quickly changed his tune. For a moment, the entire place was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Lotus Sun couldn't help but laugh inwardly. She didn't know how to describe Wang Muyu. This little guy, he really did say what he wanted to say when he saw someone, and what he wanted to say when he saw someone. She didn't know if those words that sounded so sincere were just the words of a child, or the result of careful consideration. Anyway, she could sense that Wang Muyu's thinking was definitely not that of an ordinary child. Not only was he strong, but his way of thinking was also different from that of an ordinary child his age. After successfully recruiting the new Ling Yu, Wang Muyu's expression became serious again. So annoying, Mom. I think they've sent someone again. They probably already know that the bitch from before failed her mission. So it's not strange that they've sent someone. The new Ling Yu sensed the aura of the person, and her expression changed drastically. This is the aura of SCP-L001. Is it that uncle called Jingza? Wang Muyu asked. It's him. The new Ling Yu nodded. He's the first dragon descendant to be born, and also the most experienced. And now, he's wearing the light of the eternal moon. That's the overall enhancement given to him by the Moon Dragon Lord. In the heaven-level laboratory, they talked as they moved. Huh. But why do I feel like he's not paying attention to me? Wang Muyu had a puzzled expression on his face. After he used his spatial ability to move everyone out of the heaven-level laboratory, he led them to the scene in front of him. It was the scene of Jingza, who was wearing a pair of diamond gloves and holding a black umbrella, fighting a teenager in sportswear. They faced each other, and Jingza's expression was clearly grave. Wang Ling, he remembered, the teenager whom monk Jin Dang had asked him to find before he died. Heh. Now that he was wearing the light of the eternal moon, he had become even stronger. Just his bad luck. Little did he know that Wang Ling was thinking the same thing at that moment. Chapter 1739. Looking at the youngster in the distance, Wang Muyu fell into a slight daze at first, but then his expression turned to one of intense excitement. Dad! He instinctively wanted to call out, but Lotus Sun covered his mouth. Wang Muyu, ? Lotus Sun, your dad, is fighting. Muyu, be good, don't disturb him for now. Wang Muyu nodded obediently. After letting go of Wang Muyu's mouth, Lotus Sun heaved a long sigh of relief. She knew that this was just a temporary measure, and wouldn't last for long. Given Wang Muyu's personality, he would definitely acknowledge this, Dad. She knew that this was actually very awkward, so she almost subconsciously stopped Wang Muyu. But on the other hand, she was actually a little curious about Wang Ling's reaction. We'll think of a way later, Rong. Ling Ling will understand. Wang Ming patted her on the shoulder and smiled bitterly. At that moment, several people were standing on the platform outside the heaven-level laboratory and watching. Everyone was well aware that a huge battle was about to take place up ahead. Clad in eternal moon starlight and armed to the teeth, Jing Zai's original purpose had been to capture Wang Muyu. But now, all his attention was on Wang Ling. He knew that as a company employee, being distracted by external affairs during a mission was a violation of employee regulations. But monk Jin Dang's words still lingered in his ears and he couldn't get rid of them. Now that he had seen Wang Ling with his own eyes, he realized that Wang Ling had captured all his attention. You are Wang Ling. He stared at the youngster in front of him. Those red dead fish eyes were particularly attractive, as if they could suck him in. Very quickly, he withdrew his gaze and cautiously avoided Wang Ling's eyes. He could see that there was something unusual about Wang Ling's eyes, and that they had an extraordinary origin. If he looked at them directly, there might be hidden risks. Who are you to ask about Ling Zhenren's name? Death Heavenly Dao stepped forward. However, Jing Zhe didn't care about him at all. Hee, little Heavenly Dao, scram. A mere Heavenly Dao, don't be so arrogant, otherwise I can destroy you at any time. The corner of Death Heavenly Dao's mouth twitched at this arrogance. He felt that this was the most humiliating thing he had ever done. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. In any case, Wang Ling could help him seek justice later. On the other hand, it was also because Wang Ying was holding him back, not letting him make a move. Seeing that Wang Ying was trying to mediate, Jing Zhe chuckled. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen someone materialize their shadow to this extent. What's wrong? Did you materialize your shadow to help you with your homework? Wang Ying clenched her fists. At the same time, she kept telling herself to be patient. At that moment, after looking Wang Ling up and down, Jingzi sneered again. Before monk Jin Deng died, he said you were very strong. Let me come to you. Say, as long as I fight with you, I will understand. But now, he was only a young man. It doesn't seem to be as strong as I thought. That being said, Jing Zhe hadn't relaxed his vigilance against Wang Ling at all, even though in his eyes, Wang Ling was just an ordinary youngster. His youthful vigor was sufficient for Jingzi to estimate Wang Ling's age. Many of those powerful immortals were lethargic because they had lived for too long, and had forcibly relied on their cultivation to extend their lifespans, so they had long since lost the vigor of youth. Even if cultivators could use spells or elixirs to keep themselves young forever, the loss of vigor was irreversible. Of course, the presence or absence of vigor didn't have much effect on one's strength, and could only be used as a way to determine one's age. Thus, when Wang Ling appeared in front of Jingzi brimming with vitality, he was momentarily stunned. He was only a 16-year-old boy, so how strong could he be? He was very curious. The reason why he was still vigilant was partly because of monk Jin Deng's last words before he died. And partly because he had just been seriously injured at the hands of a baby girl. If he was right, the youngster in front of him was that baby girl's older brother. In that case, he indeed had to be on guard. So now, there was a question that Jingzi couldn't help but ask. If the youngster in front of him was also a monster, so, why could two ordinary earthlings give birth to these two monsters? Even if it was a genetic mutation, it shouldn't be to this extent. At that moment, Jingzi assumed a fighting stance as he stared at Wang Ling with blazing eyes. His footsteps were steady and nimble, and there was a hint of murderous intent in them. Show me what you've got. You're young, you make the first move. His original intention had been to let Wang Ling make the first move, so that he could test Wang Ling's skills and find a flaw. Wang Ling's expression was calm. He had never heard of such a strange request before. Whoosh! The next second, he turned into a beam of light and quickly rushed in front of Jingzi. Quick as lightning, he attacked in an instant. He aimed for Jingzi's stomach. Jingzi's hair instantly stood on end, and he was horrified by the sense of danger that instantly approached. This speed was too fast. It was simply outrageous. In fact, Wang Ling hadn't used his full strength yet. Because he felt that if he really killed Jingzi with one blow, it would be too easy on him. He felt that Jingzi's one-sided harassment of Wang Nuan alone wasn't something he could just let go of. Although little girl Nuan had successfully defended herself and wasn't hurt at all, the harassment had still happened. In Wang Ling's mind, this alone was enough to sentence him to death. Bang! Wang Ling's kick was like the shadow of a dragon, extremely swift and violent. He knew that the opponent he was facing was a descendant of the dragon race, which was why he had decided to use the dragon form spell he had mastered to deal with him. This was a provocation and humiliation, and Jingzi was instantly enraged. An earth cultivator can never reach the level of a descendant of the dragon race. He gritted his teeth and barely managed to block with his arm. Wang Ling's kick landed directly on his forearm, and it was so fierce and domineering that all the dragon bones in his body shook. In that instant, Jingze felt the qi and blood in his body surge, and a stream of blood flowed up from the depths of his body, almost to the point of spurting out. In the end, at this moment, the eternal moon starlight that was draped over his body activated at the same time, emitting a faint and bright moonlight that enveloped his entire body. Almost at the instant that he was injured, it healed him and pushed back his surging qi and blood. Wang Ling raised his eyebrows at this scene. Because this was the first time he had seen an opponent who could ignore the effect of his serious injuries. As a punching bag, Jingze had already passed. Chapter 1740. You hit me, but I'm unharmed, so you have no chance of winning this battle. I admit that you're very strong, and can be considered a genius. But sometimes, the problem of bloodline suppression goes back to the root, and can never be solved. Jingze laughed, his face full of arrogance as he said this. As heirs of the dragon clan bloodline, the giant dragon genes in their bodies gave him the right to be conceited. Even if Wang Ling really was very strong, stronger than anyone he had ever met, and had refreshed his understanding of human cultivators on Earth. But this vanity and pride wouldn't allow him to admit this sense of defeat. The next moment, he raised both hands at the same time, and golden lightning leaped on his eternal diamond gloves. Then, snap! Actually, it was two snaps from his left and right hands that were aimed at Wang Ling at the same time. Powerful spirit power surged forth to suppress him. Along with this powerful wave of spirit power was a golden rain that filled the sky. Even Wang Ling had never seen such a miraculous sight. He had never thought that lightning could actually howl like a torrential rain and cover the sky and earth as it surged forth. Furthermore, primal chaos chi surged amidst the lightning as it formed inside Wang Ling's body. The eternal diamond gloves had reached level 3, and their basic ability was to create primal chaos inside the target's body, which could then be detonated by external lightning, thunder, and spiritual pressure, thus causing the power of primal chaos to explode inside the target's body. At that moment, Wang Ling could indeed feel qi forming inside his body. It was like drinking too much coke, and thus producing a large amount of carbon dioxide in his body. He felt bloated. But Wang Ling's internal organs were extremely powerful, far beyond what Jingze had imagined. In a normal situation, one snap of his fingers would be enough. In the end, Wang Ling didn't seem to change much after 2 snaps. Snap! Jingze gritted his teeth and snapped his fingers a few more times. At that moment, the reaction he had been waiting for finally arrived. Wang Ling's belly bulged slightly, as if it was going to explode at any moment. There was excitement on Jingze's face. He was eager to see Wang Ling fall apart. Boom! Then, in the next moment, a purple stream of air like a dragon spewed out of Wang Ling's mouth like a destructive ray of death. At that moment, all the primordial qi that the indestructible diamond gloves had accumulated in Wang Ling's body was released at the same time. It had produced an astonishing destructive power. F***ck. Jingze couldn't help but curse. This was the first time he had seen such a person. It could actually turn the basic ability of the diamond gloves invisible in the form of a burp. Dang! There was a crisp sound, like 2 pieces of jade striking each other. Holding the god-devouring umbrella, Jingze completely opened it to block the chaotic currents of air that had rebounded from Wang Ling's body. What kind of monster was this? At the same time, Jingze sighed inwardly. He felt that he had gotten into big trouble. However, as a brave and skilled dragon descendant, he felt an unprecedented sense of excitement in his body. Come! Continue! He roared, and the wings of electricity behind him spread open. He turned into a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, he closed in with incomparable ferocity. At the same time, he spread open his 5 fingers, and the diamond gloves on his hands were mixed with lightning, making clanging sounds. Buzz! This palm contained the power of a giant dragon unique to pure Zhe. Wang Ling could see a virtual image formed behind him. It was a lightning dragon with wings that blotted out the sky, and when it spread its wings, it could blot out the sky. Myriad thunderclaps. Jing Zhe shouted. As his palm descended, thunder roared all around them in an incomparably dazzling display, and powerful spirit power rippled out in all directions. In an instant, the air trembled, and everyone around them couldn't help swaying unsteadily. Wang Ling raised his arm and calmly resisted with the strength of one arm. When the palm hit his forearm, there was the sound of godly iron colliding. At the same time, the ground under his feet cracked, and the power of the thunderclap followed his body to smash the reddish-brown ground for hundreds of li around him. Ah! A lot of Bao Bai Group employees screamed at the same time. They had been hit by this 100 li thunderclap, and even though they were wearing protective suits, they were instantly turned to charcoal. Only those who were farther away from the center survived. Those who were closer suffered the worst, and were directly smashed to smithereens, not even leaving ashes behind. Jing Zhe's fighting behavior was completely disregarding the consequences. When he got ruthless, he would even kill his own people, which was already a serious violation of employee regulations. However, he was in high spirits at the moment, and didn't have the heart to care about this at all. He just wanted to have a spectacular battle with Wang Ling. From beginning to end, Wang Ling's expression was as calm as an ancient well. Blue spirit power surged all over his body, which was a sign of surging magic power, and carried a terrifying might. After receiving Jing Zhe's palm, Wang Ling's right palm almost instantly finished gathering power, and he abruptly swung it toward the right side of Jing Zhe's face. Jing Zhe couldn't even see the trajectory of Wang Ling's palm, and in the next moment, his face had already come into intimate contact with Wang Ling's palm. Then, his whole body was sent flying. With a boom, it turned into a speck of light and flew into the distance. It was like a small pebble that had been bounced off the surface of the sea. It kept rolling and colliding on the ground of the dragon graveyard, and it only stopped after traveling a long distance. Cough! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and was stunned to find that the healing effect of the eternal moon starlight on his body seemed to have weakened. The eternal moon starlight, which could clearly ignore serious injuries, actually didn't play its intended role when this palm came. Jing Zhe couldn't help feeling puzzled. On the other side, Wang Ling shook his hand and flexed the joints in his wrist. The eternal moon starlight did indeed have a restraining effect on serious injuries, but the strength of this effect also depended on how strong Wang Ling's palm was. When he had first beaten Bai Zhe, Wang Ling hadn't said that this was his full strength. The spirit power and strength in his body were growing almost every day, and when he woke up, he would reach new heights. Thus, as long as his palm was strong enough, it would be enough to counteract the effect of the eternal moon starlight. Looking at the current effect, it seemed that the power of that palm just now wasn't enough. Although the instant healing effect of the eternal moon starlight had disappeared, Jing Zhe could still recover. This wasn't the situation Wang Ling wanted to see. What he wanted to see was the scene of Jing Zhe looking for his teeth all over the ground. Who told him to touch Wang Nuan? Since he dared to try, there was no need to be afraid of dying. Without waiting for Jing Zhe to get up from the pit, Wang Ling closed in on him again like a ghost. He straightaway swung his leg like a dragon and directly kicked Jing Zhe off the ground and into the air. No one doubted the power of Wang Ling's kick, which was powerful enough to shatter a star, but what Jing Zhe had to face wasn't just Wang Ling's kick. There was also Wang Ling's Buddha's palm, which Wang Ling aimed at the air next. Chapter 1741. Since ancient times, all the Buddha's palms had come down from above, but Wang Ling's palm was extraordinary. This was a palm that combined modern mathematical knowledge and a proficient grasp of the principle of parabola. After accurately calculating the angle and landing point, he first gathered his spiritual energy and struck towards the sky. Using the principle of parabola, the spiritual energy gathered in this palm turned into a tangible palm print in the air. Then, through the acceleration of gravity, it quickly fell down. The magical power was magnificent and endless. Wang Ling aimed at the air and struck repeatedly, and the Buddha's palms continued to fall, one after another, as if there was no end to it. Unable to move, Jingzai was smacked to the ground. Even if he wanted to gather strength to get up, he had just raised his upper body when Wang Ling's parabola Buddha's palm smashed him hard into the ground, causing him to kowtow. At the same time, his body continued to sink under the power of these palms, and he was gradually buried in the ground in front of him until he finally sank 6,000 meters below the ground in the dragon tomb. At that moment, the halo of eternal moon starlight on Jingzai's body was already very dim. Because of his severe injury, this level of eternal moon starlight was already completely insufficient. He was bathed in blood and the lightning flashing on his body was far less bright than it had been at the beginning, as if he had used up all his power and urgently needed to be recharged. At this time, if Wang Ling struck him with one more palm, Jingzai would have no chance of survival, but he still stopped at the critical moment. As an old tormentor, he felt that letting Jingzai die so straightforwardly was letting him off too easily. Therefore, he deliberately left some time for the cleansing swamp to recover. At that moment, only Jingzai could feel this sense of despair. Although he already had a premonition of how strong Wang Ling was, he hadn't expected that even with the eternal moon starlight on him, it would still be difficult for him to escape being beaten to a pulp. This was a monster among human cultivators. Jingzai had never imagined that he, a descendant of the dragon race, would actually be beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back by a human cultivator. Save me. But at that moment, he already had no more strength to spare, and just wanted to buy himself some time to recover. He began to fear that Wang Ling would strike him again without saying a word. Buzz! Thus, at this moment, the dragon descendant artifacts on his body, the diamond gloves and the god-devouring umbrella, all lit up and erupted with resplendent light. At the same time, his eyes lit up as well. The burning sky chain hammer borrowed from the other side. This was the only chaos weapon among the dragon descendants that had reached the sequence level 4 and represented light. Boundless might. In front of the sky-burning chain hammer, his diamond glove and god-devouring umbrella became followers at this moment. They transformed into flowing lights and stuck closely behind the sky-burning chain hammer. When the crimson flame rushed out of the deep hole in the ground, the immortal divinity of the sky-burning chain hammer also burst out at the same time. Bright, brilliant, glorious, immortal, all these words that symbolized the supreme were reflected on the burning heaven chain hammer at this moment. Then, right in front of Wang Ling, the sky-burning chain hammer materialized into a weapon spirit. It was a red-skinned, muscular man with a big, twisted beard and a small braid, very much like the mighty miracle god. His figure was enormous, covering the sky and covering the sun. He was at least 300 meters tall, and at the same time, his eyes shone brilliantly like two suns. Boom! Wang Ling didn't say a word of nonsense. This time, he didn't hesitate in the slightest as he straightaway raised his hand and struck out at this huge hammer spirit. This strike was simple and unadorned, but the hammer spirit was well aware of Wang Ling's strength, so it didn't relax in the slightest as it took a completely defensive stance. Bang! There was an explosion. His feet trembled, and his body was immediately covered by a layer of holy flame armor. This armor was formed from the flames at the core of the sun. The instant it appeared, it burned everything around it into scorched earth and then turned it into dust. His entire body was like an eternal star, radiating immortal light. Oh no! As expected of a weapon of light. Dad is in danger. Wang Muyu was nervous, and his little hands trembled slightly as he gripped Lotus Sun's shoulder. He instinctively wanted to help, but Lotus Sun hugged him and didn't let him move. Don't disturb him, Muyu. Let's just watch him perform. But Wang Muyu was still worried. This kind of holy flame armor was very hard to defend against. Seeing Wang Ling approach recklessly, he instantly thought of the legend of Quafu chasing the sun. Because all his memories had been inputted by a computer, the knowledge in his mind was jumbled up like an encyclopedia. He knew a little of everything, but because there was so much information, he couldn't understand it very thoroughly. Ah! Not good. Dad's going to crash into it. Wang Muyu cried out in alarm. He stretched out his little hands to cover his eyes, and almost cried when he saw this scene. However, Wang Ling's strength was far beyond his imagination. Because the moment Wang Ling approached, a large chunk of the hammer spirit's holy flame armor was suddenly missing. The flames in that area converged into a fire tornado, which Wang Ling's king's eye devoured. Thus, when Wang Ling got close, he didn't need to worry about the holy flame armor at all. In fact, even if he didn't use the power of the king's eye, this holy flame wouldn't have any effect on Wang Ling. He couldn't even feel its heat. But the problem was that the sportswear he was wearing was innocent, and it hadn't been enchanted to a very high level. If it was close to his body, the holy flame armor's temperature could very well melt his sportswear. Wang Ling didn't want to appear butt naked in front of so many people, so he had used the king's eye to absorb the holy flame. Bang! Wang Ling's palm landed solidly on the holy flame armor and smashed it to smithereens. In a split second, it was as if Hammer Spirit's body was set ablaze as sparks burst forth from his body, and his defense was directly broken. This palm directly destroyed this immortal light as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The 100 zhang tall Hammer Spirit collapsed at the same time, like a mountain collapsing. Countless Bao Bai Group employees on the ground were once again annihilated and turned into vengeful spirits. At the same time, on Bao Bai Group's side, none of the surviving employees could have imagined that this giant hammer spirit would be killed in such a short period of time. This youngster's strength was simply too terrifying. He was simply an invincible existence. So powerful. At that moment, Wang Muyu had completely calmed down and stopped thinking about helping Wang Ling. His pupils contracted as he felt his world view and perception being overturned and refreshed. At the same time, in his young heart, he was even more certain of one thing. Wang Muyu gazed at Wang Ling's back with adoration in his small eyes. He really is my dad, so powerful. Only my dad can be so powerful. Wang Ming sweated. What if he isn't? Muyu, I don't think you should be so hasty in acknowledging him as your dad. Maybe he'd rather see you as his little brother. I don't care, he's my dad. Wang Muyu shook his head stubbornly, then buried his little head in Lotus Sun's shoulder and snorted. Then from now on, we'll talk about our own things. I call him dad, and he calls me little brother. Lotus Sun and Wang Ming. Chapter 1742. Wang Muyu wholeheartedly wanted to recognize Wang Ling as his father, and for a moment, Lotus Sun was speechless and didn't know how to explain herself. At the same time, Wang Ming felt a little bitter in his heart. Who would have thought that Wang Ling would actually experience something like this at the age of 16? He could foresee Wang Ling's despair. After all, it was indeed outrageous for him to become the father of a strange child without saying a word. If it had been Wang Ming himself, he would probably have jumped in fright. But at that moment, Wang Ming was still trying to come up with a solution. He stared at the battlefield in front of him, and when the figure of a white-haired teenager came into view, Wang Ming's thoughts abruptly turned, and his eyes lit up as he asked Wang Muyu, "That, little Muyu, actually, the person you're seeing fighting isn't your dad. The white-haired one over there is. Look, he's so much like you." Wang Muyu poked his little head out to look at Wang Ying, furrowed his little eyebrows, and then buried his head in Lotus Sun's shoulder. Humph. I don't want to, Wang Ming, but you can't mistake your own father for someone else. Wang Muyu, he's not my dad. My dad doesn't look that wretched. Lotus Sun and Wang Ming, Lotus Sun, but he clearly looks exactly like classmate Wang Ling. How can you tell that he's wretched? Wang Muyu's voice was soft as he whispered, it mainly depends on his temperament. It's a kind of metaphysical wretchedness. For a very long time, Lotus Sun and Wang Ming were stupefied and didn't speak. It was only Sun Yinger who couldn't stand it anymore. and in the end, she burst out laughing as crisp as a silver bell. Her laughter was incomparably demonic, and she was worried that Wang Ying would hear her, but it was just too unbearable. She had met a soulmate. While Sun Yinger found it hilarious, she was also extremely excited. Muyu, well said. Big sister supports you. If I had a father like this, I'd rather commit seppuku. On the battlefield, Wang Ying's expression clearly wasn't very good. His gaze was fixed in Lotus Sun's direction, and there was a deep look in his eyes. At the same time, there was hostility written all over his face as he faced Wang Muyu. At the same time, on the other side, after the hammer spirit of the sky-burning chain hammer had been instantly killed by Wang Ling's palm, the diamond gloves and the god-devouring umbrella on Wang Ling's back trembled. They instinctively sensed danger and wanted to retreat, but Wang Ling was one step ahead of them and turned into a stream of light to grab their tails. His main target was the god-devouring umbrella, and he held it in his palm. This was a very special chaos artifact. Wang Ling could sense that it could devour a supreme world. This kind of spatial devouring magic artifact was almost unique. But at that moment, Wang Ling gripped the god-eating umbrella by its throat, and it didn't dare resist at all. Boom! Wang Ling punched the umbrella ribs, and the god-devouring umbrella drooled on the spot. Along with screams and nausea, boundless primal chaos chi was released. In the end, the god-devouring umbrella spat out a bald head. Only then did he achieve his goal. Ling Jinren. Monk Jin Deng put his palms together and bowed to Wang Ling with a smile on his face. Ling Jinren, thank you for saving me this time. I wonder if Ling Jinren can let me handle the following negotiations. Wang Ling thought for a moment, then nodded, his face as calm as an ancient well. From the moment he had rescued Monk Jin Deng, he had known that the monk would come out to lobby for him. But Wang Ling's anger had already dissipated. He hadn't had any intention of directly destroying Jingze to begin with. On the other hand, he felt that torturing Jingze was a little boring. It was like bullying a little child. The best way to make Jingze atone for his crimes was to have him enlist. If they could reach an agreement before little girl Nuan's 1-month birthday, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have Jingze become little girl Nuan's dragon mount. Thus, with this in mind, Wang Ling didn't want to get rid of Jingze even more. This was a dragon mount, after all. It was rare in the world. If he could ride it, how cool would that be? Not only could it be used as a mount, it could also be used as a bodyguard. Wang Ling felt that only 096 by Wang Nuan's side now wasn't enough. She still needed some face. Thank you, Ling Jinren. I'm touched by your benevolence. Monk Jin Deng bowed in Buddhist salute again and bowed in praise. Hearing this, Wang Ling felt a little guilty. He really didn't deserve to be called benevolent. After all, he still had a purpose. After getting Wang Ling's permission, the monk slowly approached the edge of the pit. Looking at Jingze, who had been beaten until he was bathed in blood, there was a very regretful expression on his face. Human cultivators could have lived in harmony with all the creatures in the universe, but there were some races who didn't believe it. Every day, they suffered from paranoia of one kind or another, and wanted to rebuild the universe and dominate the world. Unbeknownst to them, the current world was no longer the same as it had been in ancient times, when the Dragon Clan had dominated the universe. In today's world, and even the current universe, one person had the final say. And at that moment, this person was standing next to him. You lost, Jingze. Monk Jin Deng sighed. There's always a higher mountain. You chose the wrong person. Moon Dragon Lord is a member of my dragon clan. I can't not believe him, but you. Jingze said in an unconvinced and indignant tone. Eternal Moon Starlight's power had weakened, which made it take a lot longer for him to recover. He had thought that the hammer spirit, the diamond gloves and the god-devouring umbrella could help him by some time, but in the end, the hammer spirit of the sky-burning chain hammer had been directly killed. This was a light artifact after all. In Wang Ling's hands, it couldn't resist at all. And the most useless of all were his diamond gloves and the god-devouring umbrella, which had actually thrown themselves at the sight of the hammer spirit being killed. Damn it! Even if they weren't light weapons, they were still Sequence 3 annihilation weapons. Where was the dignity of a chaos weapon? Your dragon clan has already been destroyed. Have you ever wondered why this moon dragon lord suddenly revived? Monk Jin Deng laughed. Jingza, this poor monk has already hinted to this extent, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Jingza was silent. He did feel that the sudden revival of the dragon clan was a little suspicious, but it was still hard for him to believe it based on Golden Deng's one-sided story. Is that so? I don't believe it. Finally, he shook his head. At the same time, he sneered. Don't be too complacent. The dragon clan hasn't completely failed yet. Do you know the 3 dragon lords who led the dragon clan back then? The dark devouring dragon, the azure origin dragon, and the moonlight dragon. Of course. The monk's expression was calm. Then do you know that there's actually a 4th dragon lord? The 4th dragon lord? The monk's expression was clearly blank. Ha ha ha. As expected, you don't know. At that moment, Jingza couldn't help laughing again. In fact, the dragon graveyard you're standing on is this 4th dragon lord, the Twilight Dragon. Right now, all of us are on its back. On a dragon's back? Hearing this news, Wang Ling was instantly enlightened. No wonder. From the beginning of the fight, he had felt that this land was a little extraordinary, but he had never thought that he would actually be standing on a dragon's back. Not only wasn't he the slightest bit afraid, he was even a little excited. This Twilight Dragon was great, its back alone was so big. It was clearly more suitable as a mount. Needles wouldn't poke. Chapter 1743. The legendary dragon graveyard, where all the dragon clan's remains were buried, was actually the back of the 4th hidden dragon clan's leader. Such a thing sounded too fantastical and unbelievable. Far away in the Milky Way, Baizhe, who had transformed into a moonlight dragon, opened his eyes. His body was full of holy light, bright, flawless, and inviolable. The 2 bright crescents in his eyes were particularly eye-catching, and had a strange depth to them. He had been paying close attention to Jingza and Wang Ling while they were fighting in the dragon graveyard. It wasn't until Wang Muyu was created that Baizhe felt reassured. They've already lost, he said as he communicated with the giant bunch of grapes that had been bred in the chaos. As expected, activating the cosmic checks and balances wasn't your main goal. The grave gods seemed to have expected this. To deal with him, we have to make other preparations. From the moment he set foot in the dragon graveyard, his fate has already been decided. Baizhe's voice was indifferent as he looked ahead. The moonlight in his eyes seemed to be able to reach very far, allowing him to see through everything. I've been guessing that if he has the ability to manipulate the cosmic checks and balances, then the second move is the best way to deal with him. I see. That's what you're thinking. The grave god chuckled. That little omnipotent dragon has all the genes of your dragon clan, but it wasn't easy to create him. Yes. The toughest dragon scales of every dragon of the dragon race were fused onto this little dragon's body. If he's created, he will violate the cosmic checks and balances, and will definitely be punished. That's why none of the previous experiments were successful. Baizhe said in a low voice, his appearance, in a sense, has changed this fate. Wherever he is, the checks and balances of the universe will temporarily fail, and Wang Muyu will be successfully created. So, Director Bai, have you already arranged the rest of the script? Of course. Baizhe smiled. As the saying goes, learn from others in order to control them. There's no need to use the cosmic checks and balances, and I don't need to do anything. I want Wang Muyu to kill Wang Ling with his own hands. But that's not what this little guy thinks now. The grave god smiled bitterly. He has the blood of the dragon race flowing in his veins. The 10,000 dragon genes are all in his body. I'm afraid this matter is up to him. Baizha said, it's only a matter of time before he surpasses the current 4 leaders of the dragon clan. But now, he has only just been created. With the 4 leaders of the dragon race gathering the power of the giant dragons to suppress him, this father and son duel will soon begin. At this moment, a series of resonant dragon roars rang out in the dragon graveyard. These voices rose and fell one after another, all of them different. They carried the supreme dignity and halo of the dragon clan in the past, surrounding this enormous dragon's back. Wang Ling frowned slightly, because he could hear some sorrowful wails and wails in this seemingly resonant dragon roar. Monk, it's not over yet. Jing Zhe got up from the ground. His injuries had healed a little, but he was no longer at his peak. Monk Jin Dang remained silent. He knew the pride of the dragon clan. As an outstanding warrior of the dragon clan, if he didn't break this bottom line, it wouldn't be so easy to convince him. But what was the final bottom line? Ever since the dragon's roar sounded from the broad dragon's back, Monk Jin Dang had a bad feeling, as if something was coming. What do you want to do? Asked Monk Jin Dang. Monk, aren't you good at divination? Why don't you calculate what we'll do? Jing Zhe smiled bitterly. The eternal moon starlight around him had been strengthened again, and seemed to be even more powerful than before. Moon Dragon Lord is summoning me. I have to go. Do you think you can leave? Said the monk as he stepped forward. The dragon roar on this dragon's back gave him a very bad feeling, but he didn't know what exactly was going on. If I want to leave, you naturally can't stop me. Jing Zhe snorted. Don't forget how many of you I've captured before this. These people are all related to this Ling Jinren behind you. After he finished speaking, he leaned over and slapped the ground. A powerful surge of spiritual energy gushed out from the ground. What followed was a dense cobweb-like rune that spread out in all directions. Finally, it formed a circular spiritual array. A psychic array. The monk's heart stirred as he recognized the origin of this array. Along with this array were all the people on the list which Jing Zhe had captured earlier. Among them were many of Wang Ling's classmates from number 60 high school, including Old Antique and Old Pan. Jing Zhe hadn't let them off. At that moment, they all seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep as they lay neatly and motionlessly in this square cage. There's a dragon clan restriction on the cage. If you do anything to me, this cage will instantly explode. Jing Zhe opened his mouth to negotiate. There's no conclusion to today's battle. What I want now is just to leave safely. After saying that, he stared at Wang Muyu and Ling Yu in the distance. Of course, it would be best if we could take away that kid and the traitor over there. Do you think you're qualified to negotiate now, Jing Zhe? The monk frowned slightly. The dragon clan restriction on the cage. He knew very well. Even if he didn't let Jing Zhe go, Wang Ling still had a way to easily resolve it. But this was a serious matter, and the monk felt that he couldn't make the decision, so he turned to Wang Ling. Ling Jinren, let him go. Wang Ling said telepathically. Okay. The monk nodded. After exchanging a look with Wang Ling, Monk Golden Lamp finally knew what to do next. It was obvious that Wang Ling wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish, and see what on earth Baizha was plotting. Jing Zhe, don't regret leaving this time. Not everyone has the chance to be Ling Jinren's mount. Helpless, the monk gave him advice. Ha, who wants to be his mount? You want my dragon clan to be his mount? Dream on. Even if I, Jing Zhe, die, I won't be anyone's mount. Jing Zhe said. He immediately abandoned the cage and fled desperately, slipping away like the wind. He looked like he was running as far as he could, leaving behind this mess on the ground. Wang Ying crossed his arms and asked, does this fourth dragon king really exist? No matter how I look at it, the dragon graveyard we're standing on doesn't look like a real dragon's back. The theory of a dragon's back is probably true, and the fourth dragon king does exist. It's just that what we're standing on probably isn't. The monk laughed. This should be dragon skin. Dragon skin. Although I'm not sure, it should be. In the ancient text The Legend of the Dragon and Snake, some dragons have the ability to shed their skin. This shed skin can form a domain in the universe and give birth to living creatures. Thus, it has a very nice name, Dragon Fall, said the monk. Are we letting him go just like that? At that moment, Wang Ming, Lotus Sun, and the others also rushed over from afar. Wang Ming checked the injuries of the people Jingza had captured in the cage, and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, none of them are injured. I'll directly use my brainwaves to delete their memories later, which will minimize the damage. At least they won't end up as bad students. Normal memory wiping can also damage the brain. Of course, using magic to erase memories is risky. Wang Ming laughed. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many bad students in the world? It might be because they saw something they shouldn't have seen, and their memories were erased without them even knowing it. Wang Ying, while they were talking, Wang Ling felt that some little guy was staring at his face, as if it wanted to stare right through him. Wang Ling averted his gaze and deliberately avoided Wang Muyu's eyes. Then, just as Wang Ming was about to use his brainwaves to erase memories, among the unconscious people in the cage, the eyelids of one of them suddenly twitched. This person seems to be waking up. I think he's called Super Chen. It's this poor monk's fault. The monk smiled bitterly. When all was said and done, Super Chen had been blessed, and was relatively resistant to negative effects, so he woke up earlier than everyone else in the cage. Just as Monk Golden Lamp was deciding whether to continue casting the spell to make Super Chen fall asleep, right after that, Wang Muyu's childish greeting rang out. Daddy! It was so loud that it could be heard all over the place. The resonant childish voice was so loud that it completely roused the half-asleep Super Chen. Daddy? At that moment, Super Chen sat up in shock, as if he was on the verge of death, and stared at the scene in front of him through the cage in amazement. He felt like he had learned something incredible. Wang Ling dropped his forehead into his hand, and instantly felt his head hurt a little. He had kept himself chaste for so many years. How did he suddenly become a father? Chapter 1744. Wang Muyu's affectionate, dad, could be said to be deafening, and Wang Ling couldn't help shuddering all over when he heard it. Super Chen stared blankly at the scene in front of him, stupefied. It seemed like a dream, but for some reason, it seemed so real this time. Furthermore, Super Chen remembered that he had already been kidnapped. It couldn't have been a dream, could it? After all, Old Antique, Old Pan and Hero Gua had also been captured. Previously, Super Chen hadn't known the purpose of the person who had brought them here. Now, combined with the scene in front of him, Super Chen was instantly enlightened. He couldn't help letting his imagination run wild as he looked at Wang Ling with an indescribable crafty expression on his face. Lingzi, you're usually so quiet, but it turns out that you've directly given birth to a child. Do you want to amaze everyone? Wang Ling opened his mouth and wanted to explain. He looked at Wang Muyu and tried to use his eyes to coerce the little one into clarifying the situation. But how could Wang Muyu give up? He just looked at Super Chen with his bright eyes. You don't like this name? Then I'll call you Daddy from now on. Daddy. Wang Ling, Lotus Sun, Super Chen, listen to me, it's not what you think. Super Chen spread his hands and sighed again as he directly cut her off. Lotus Sun, I know. Did Wang Ling PUA you? Lotus Sun, then he looked at Wang Ling again. I could tell that Wang Ling liked you long ago. Even if he doesn't admit it now, he'll admit it later. It's just that I didn't expect him to directly have a child behind our backs. That face is exactly like Wang Ling's. That's AF * King Hammer. Don't tell me this child isn't Wang Ling's. Even if it's a genetic mutation, it's hard for it to suddenly look like Wang Ling. before he could finish speaking, Superchin felt his head sink as if something had hit it hard, and he passed out again. The person who had done this was Death Heavenly Tao. As the Heavenly Tao that controlled death, when Superchin had said this, Death Heavenly Tao had already sensed a death omen overflowing from him. Thus, he promptly used a karate chop to help Superchin fall asleep. Because he vaguely felt that Wang Ling couldn't hold back and was about to make a move, he had made the first move, otherwise, it would have been hard to say what would have happened to Superchin. There's no other way. We can only take it one step at a time. Death Heavenly Tao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In my humble opinion, I can only ask Miss Rong and Ling Jinren to think of a way to raise this little one first. Wang Ling turned his head to look at the golden lamp and did his best to make faces at it. He swore he had never made so many expressions in his life. Monk Jin Deng understood and hurriedly nodded as he volunteered to step forward and say, "This is bad for both Ling Jinren and Miss Rong. If word of this gets out, people will be afraid of gossip. Why don't this penniless monk take care of him first?" Hearing this, Wang Muyu frowned deeply with a clear expression of disgust on his face. But when that incomparably tender little face scrunched up, it was like a little bun, which made him look even cuter. Jin Deng wanted to protect him, but he clung to Lotus Sun's neck and wouldn't come down no matter what. No, I want to be with Mom and Dad. I'm not going anywhere." Afraid that he would hurt Lotus Sun and Wang Muyu if he pulled too hard, Jin Deng had no choice but to let go in the end. This little one who had popped up out of nowhere was indeed very tricky to deal with. "Forget it, how about, just leave it to me?" In the end, Lotus Sun took the initiative to speak up. She felt that she had to take the blame for this matter. After all, if she hadn't been thinking about Wang Ling during the mission, the system in the heaven-level laboratory wouldn't have been able to extract that part of Wang Muyu's memory and make a copy of Wang Ling's appearance. "How can we do this, Rong?" Wang Ming firmly objected to this. "This isn't your or Ling Ling's fault, it's this little guy's fault for randomly recognizing his parents. Besides, you're a girl. If those gossip reporters get a picture of you with this little one, sooner or later there will be problems. So, I have a compromise." Thus, Lotus Sun looked at Wang Muyu and asked tentatively, "Muyu, are you willing to follow great-grandpa?" "Great-grandpa? Mom's grandfather?" Wang Muyu's small eyes suddenly twinkled. Wang Muyu crossed his arms and thought for a bit, then nodded. I'm willing." "You agree just like that?" Lotus Sun was surprised, she hadn't expected Wang Muyu to be so easy to talk to. "But I have a condition. Mom and Dad have to visit me at great-grandpa's place every few days." "Alright," Lotus Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wang Ling also sighed. There was no other way. He just didn't know what Old Man Sun thought about this. Will it work? Hand the little one over to Old Man Sun. Wang Ming was also very curious about this. Lotus Sun thought for a bit and smiled. "I think it's possible. I even think they might get along very well." Monday, December 29th. It had already been a few days since the dragon descendants had harassed him. Wang Ling seemed to have returned to his normal life, but he knew that this wasn't the end. Wang Muyu's existence was a big problem. Furthermore, he had a feeling that everything that happened next would revolve around Wang Muyu. Currently, Old Man Sun was taking care of the little one, and Wang Ling heard that their relationship was indeed quite harmonious. Back to the day when Lotus Sun brought Wang Muyu to Old Man Sun. When they met, Old Man Sun thought that Wang Muyu was Wang Ling's younger brother and that he would be able to get some information about Wang Ling from Wang Muyu, so he smiled like a peach blossom. Of course, the most nervous thing was that Wang Muyu had called Lotus Sun Mom in front of Old Man Sun at an inappropriate time, which almost made Lotus Sun kneel down. In the end, Old Man Sun was a thick-skinned person, and actually didn't think there was anything wrong with it at all. Grandpa, why do you look so happy?" Lotus Sun asked. "What's there to be angry about? This little one is only 6 years old, what does he know?" A child's words carry no harm. Old man's son hugged Wang Muyu happily. In any case, you're my granddaughter. Do you think I don't know if you're in trouble or not? You've always been clean and self-respecting. I'm very relieved. Hearing this, Lotus' son heaved a slight sigh of relief. Won't that be troublesome, Grandpa? Don't worry, the little one won't disturb you for long. He's always liked alchemy, so he wants to play at our house for a couple of days. Tisk, just because of this? Look at how nervous you are. Old man's son slapped his thigh. Ha ha ha. It's fine. You can stay as long as you want. You're usually busy studying, so having this little one to relieve my boredom is perfect. Besides, I feel like I've hit it off with this little one at first sight. Hey. When you grow up and get married in the future, if you give birth to such a cute little one, this old man will wake up laughing in my dreams. He hugged Wang Muyu and lifted him high. Little one, you like alchemy, right? No problem. Grandpa will personally teach you how to refine it. On the same day, Wang Muyu refined 7 mysterious elixirs with the power of giant dragons. Later, these 7 elixirs became known as the 7 Dragon Balls. Chapter 1745. Although he had already made an agreement with Wang Muyu, the truth was that Wang Ling had no intention of taking care of the baby. It was almost time for the final exams, and it was time for the annual crucial test to keep his grades down. There was no way he could ignore his studies and take care of the baby. Besides, this child really wasn't his. It was just that he looked exactly the same as him. But because he had already made an agreement with Wang Muyu, Wang Ling thought that on the day it was his turn to visit Wang Muyu, he might be able to send a clone over. In the end, the little one had already seen through his true intentions, and had asked Lotus' son several days in advance to tell Wang Ling not to send a clone to fool him, otherwise he would directly go to Huaguo Water Curtain Group's TV station and broadcast to the world that he was Wang Ling's son. Wang Ling was immediately alarmed when he heard this. This little guy actually dared to threaten him. He had never been threatened by anyone since he was a child, it was always him who was the one being threatened. Did this little one really not care if he blew up in anger and destroyed the entire earth? On second thought, Wang Ling felt that maybe Wang Muyu really didn't care, because the genes and cells in his body had come from the dragon race to begin with, and the dragon race's greatest wish was to regain their position as the overlord of the universe and get rid of all the inferior creatures. Of course, the happiest person in this matter and the person who benefited the most was probably Lotus Sunday. This was because she and Wang Ling had been texting more frequently in the last few days. Each time, Wang Ling would take a long time to reply, and even when he did reply, it was just a series of ellipses or a few words. But because of Wang Muyu, Lotus' son felt that she and Wang Ling had finally found a way to communicate with each other besides crispy noodle snacks and learning. On the way to school, she texted Wang Ling again. Classmate Wang Ling, Muyu is actually just a child, and doesn't have any bad intentions. Grandpa says he's very sensible. He also gets along well with him. I'll be taking care of Muyu tomorrow, so I'll leave him to classmate Wang Ling the day after tomorrow. In any case, we're only going once a week. It won't take up much time. As for where to take him to play, classmate Wang Ling, don't worry, I'll arrange it. After seeing Lotus' son send 3 lines of text in a row, Wang Ling stared at the phone screen and finally sighed. He gave a simple reply. Looking up at the sky, he thought about it carefully and felt that this might be the helplessness of an immortal king. When he arrived at class, he found that it was especially quiet today. Super Chen, Hero Gua, Little Peanut, these people who had been caught by Jingza earlier in the morning all had muddle-headed expressions on their faces. Wang Ling judged that this probably wasn't an after-effect of erasing memories. Now that Wang Ming had fused with the god brain, it was very reliable for him to use brain waves to erase memories in a targeted manner without any damage. So what's going on with these people? It's like they haven't woken up. After Wang Ling sat down, he saw Hero Gua suddenly look at him. Do you know, Lingzi, I think I had a very strange dream yesterday. Wang Ling, ? Hirogwa, I dreamed that I killed a dragon yesterday, then cut open its belly and took out a dragon egg. And inside the dragon egg, it was actually you. As soon as he said this, Lotus Sun, who was sitting in front of him, choked on her water and started coughing. Yes, it's because of this dream that I can't wake up at all. It's said that having more dreams is a sign of unstable sleep quality. If you don't have any dreams, your sleep quality will be higher, said Hirogwa. When he said this, Little Peanut also hurriedly picked up the conversation. You had the same dream? I had the same dream. But I dreamed that it was classmate Lotus Sun inside the dragon egg. Good heavens, you have Wang Ling and Lotus Sun, isn't that a pair of twins? Super Chin dropped his forehead into his hand. I'm a pair of twins, everyone. Hirogwa rubbed his chin. That is to say, everyone had a similar type of dream. So what on earth is going on? There's nothing strange about it. We usually study together, and when we're more familiar with each other, there's indeed a certain chance that we'll share a dream in a different bed. Little Peanut pushed up his glasses and said, or maybe this is the legendary dream linkage. Wang Ling. Godly dream linkage, that's true, but I keep feeling that this dream is hinting at something. Super Chin rubbed his head. For some reason, the back of his neck had been hurting since the day before yesterday, as if it had been hit by a truck. He gave Wang Ling a meaningful look, then said half-jokingly, Say, this guy Wang Ling usually doesn't say anything. Don't tell me he's secretly become someone else's father behind our backs. Wang Ling felt that this memory erasure wasn't very reliable. If necessary, he had to find an opportunity to do it again. The matter of Bao Bai Group's dragon graveyard seemed to have come to an end, but it was in fact far from over. After Clean Swamp's evacuation, all the employees of Bao Bai Group had also left, and the entire group had collapsed overnight. However, everyone in Battle's sect was well aware that the mastermind behind the scenes, Bai Zhe, was still lurking in the dark and controlling the overall situation. Furthermore, he had left behind Wang Muyu, a ticking time bomb for the Dragon Clan. It had to be said that Bai Zhe's way of handling things had become a lot more steady and cunning compared to his previous style of leading the charge head-on. He no longer rashly relied on his confidence to directly launch an attack with his physical body. Instead, he was truly hiding behind the scenes and carrying out all the arrangements in secret. At that moment, a number of surgeries were being carried out on Battle Sect's Grotto Heaven Peak. These were all Bao Bai's employees who had been brought back alive from the dragon graveyard. Most of them had either been evacuated or had been cursed to death by Bai Zhe's dragon clan magic from afar. Their souls had been destroyed, and even the heavenly law of death had no record of them. Resurrection was impossible. Beep. With the drawn-out warning sound of the ventilator, one of the last 3 survivors in the dragon graveyard couldn't hold on any longer and died first. Wang Ming sighed. He hadn't saved these 3 people to get any information from them, but had saved them purely out of humanitarian considerations. In the end, he hadn't expected Bai Zhe to be so ruthless. This dragon curse is indeed amazing. These 3 people have already used the death substitute talismans that Ling Jinren gave them. But their souls are still fading away, Death Heavenly Dao said with a frown. There were only so many methods and techniques for resurrection. In the end, it was because the dragon curse on these Bao Bai employees was too peculiar. Dragon clan magic was very different from orthodox cultivation magic, and couldn't be judged by common sense. Thus, even Wang Ling's death substitute talismans might not necessarily work, and could only delay their deaths. Of course, if Wang Ling had to take action, forcibly saving these people wasn't impossible. But birth, old age, sickness, and death were all part of human destiny. Going against the heavens was a violation of the heavenly Tao. Even if Wang Ling was a whitelist user, the balance of fate still existed. These 3 people didn't have any connection with Wang Ling's life. If he forcibly saved them, then 3 other people in the world might accidentally die. I don't know how long the remaining 2 can last, it'll all depend on their luck. Death Heavenly Dao said helplessly, then turned to look at Wang Ming. Mr. Ming, are you ready? Don't worry about me, it's just a minor surgery. Wang Ming waved his hand and smiled. His main purpose in coming to Immortal Toya's Heavenly Cave Peak today was to cooperate with Immortal Toya in creating a new body with the Immortal Lotus Root, and to transfer the part of Shoucheng's soul in his mind to the Immortal Lotus Root. This was the agreement he had made with Shoucheng. And now, it was time for him to fulfill his promise. Chapter 1746. Wooden fish was a homonym for Wang Muyu's name. At the very beginning, she had discovered it when she had typed in Wang Muyu's name using the 9-grid input method. She had suddenly felt that calling him wooden fish was even cuter, so she had kept calling him that. In Battle Sect, Wang Muyu's appearance was a huge surprise. Some people called him Tiny Dot, while others followed Lotus Sun's lead and called him Wooden Fish or Little Wooden Fish. Generally speaking, everyone was very polite to Wang Muyu. They realized that when Wang Muyu put away his rainbow dragon horns and tail these days, his face looked even more like Wang Ling's. Of course, the reason why everyone was so polite wasn't just because he looked like Wang Ling. It was also because most of them realized that they couldn't beat Wang Muyu. Just as the rumors said, Old Man Sun and Wang Muyu had been getting along very well in the last few days. For some reason, the more Sun Yiyuan looked at Wang Muyu, the more he liked him. Especially after Wang Muyu refined the 7 Dragon Balls, it was even more so. Sun Yiyuan still remembered when he had refined the 7 Dragon Balls. Back then, the entire pill furnace had shone with a myriad of multicolored lights, and the spirit power that had overflowed in all directions had instantly filled the entire pill room, giving Sun Yiyuan a fright. When it came to refining pills, luck actually played a part in whether one succeeded or failed. He had never thought that a 6-year-old child could actually be so talented. As expected of classmate Wang Ling's little brother. As expected of a natural mascot. Later, after Sun Yiyuan appraised these 7 elixirs, he discovered that each of these 7 elixirs had actually reached the pinnacle level. Furthermore, there was actually a special unknown substance in the pills. Sun Yiyuan cut off a small portion of the pills for experimentation. According to the results, this unknown substance was a spirit power amplification substance that could greatly increase a cultivator's spirit power after taking it, and had the powerful effect of helping cultivators break through bottlenecks. Furthermore, it was extremely effective, surpassing any similar type of pill currently on the market. For a cultivator, nothing was more painful than being stuck at the same realm for a long time without being able to advance. If this pill could be mass-produced in the future, it would be of great benefit to Huaguo Water Curtain Group's development. Little Wooden Fish, you've done well. Sun Yiyuan was overjoyed. He immediately decided to name this new Dan, 7 Dragon Wooden Fish Dan. On the other hand, Wang Muyu clearly didn't know much about his normal performance and normal operation. He just looked at the 7 dazzling pills in front of him innocently. Little Wooden Fish, what reward do you want? Grandpa can even reward you, Sun Yiyuan said as he rubbed the small wooden fish's head. Then, Wang Muyu stared at the pill in front of her. Holding her hands together, she closed her eyes and made a wish. Wooden fish? What are you thinking about? I'm making a wish. Oh. What wish? I hope Daddy and Mommy can accompany me more, Wang Muyu said. Her pitiful and soft voice instantly broke Sun Yiyuan's defense. The thing that old people couldn't stand the most was being moved. The older they got, the less they cried. Why, how could there be such a cute and sensible little fellow in this world? Sun Yiyuan was so moved that he covered his old face as tears streamed down his face. At that moment, he suddenly realized that he actually didn't regard Wang Muyu as an outsider at all, but really did regard Wang Muyu as his own little grandson. Wooden fish, you'll definitely have a lot of people to love you in the future. He picked Wang Muyu up and gently kissed his pink cheek. Wang Muyu felt a little itchy when he brushed his stubble. Ahaha, it's so itchy, great grandpa. In the end, Sunny Yuan instantly felt his heart melt at this cry. All in all, Wang Muyu was a very likable child. At least, that was what the people who had come into contact with Wang Muyu thought. Sunny Yuan was happy and didn't feel tired at all. No matter what Wang Muyu asked for, he would do his best to satisfy him. What bad intentions could little wooden fish have? He was just a 6-year-old child who didn't even know who his daddy and mommy were. How cute! Just like when Sunny Yuan had first met Wang Ling, the more he looked at Wang Muyu, the more he liked him. Of course, liking him was one thing. In addition to taking Wang Muyu with him, Old Man Sun didn't forget to carry out his own mission in secret. Since Wang Muyu was Wang Ling's younger brother, whether he was a cousin or a relative, he definitely knew something about Wang Ling. In the first few days he had taken care of Wang Muyu, Sunny Yuan had refrained from asking too many questions. Now that his relationship with Wang Muyu had gradually warmed up, Sunny Yuan felt that this was the best time for him to ask questions. Well, wooden fish. What kind of person do you think Big Brother Wang, oh no, I should say your daddy Wang Ling is? Sunny Yuan said. He's a good person, Wang Muyu said. And he's really, really amazing. He can kill a dragon with one palm. Really? Sunny Yuan rubbed his chin as he tried to figure out what Wang Muyu meant. Wang Ling could kill a dragon with one palm. What did that mean? It couldn't be literal, there were no dragons in this world. Moreover, everyone knew that Wang Ling was just a mascot. How could he be so strong? How could he really kill a dragon? So Sunny Yuan immediately deduced that Wang Muyu was probably talking about some game. Combined with Wang Ling's outstanding performance in the video game City, it made sense that he was labeled good at games. So that was it. Student Wang Ling liked to play games. This was a useful piece of information. Sunny Yuan felt that he needed to personally issue a board order to all the major gaming companies that worked with him to monitor Wang Ling's game accounts in real time. As long as it was a game that Wang Ling played, no matter what game gift packs or point cards it was, all of them had to be filled up in one go. Not only that, Sunny Yuan also felt that Wang Ling should also be given special privileges for card games. For example, the probability of a normal account drawing a gold card was 1%, while Wang Ling's was 99% or something. After getting some useful information, Sunny Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He hugged Wang Muyu and asked, "Then Wooden Fish, what do you think Sister Lotus Sun, oh no, I should say your Mama Lotus Sun, thinks of your daddy Wang Ling?" "Ha ha ha, Mama's mind is full of daddy, otherwise she wouldn't have given birth to me," Wang Muyu replied with a smile. While Sunny Yuan was pondering Wang Muyu's answer, Jiang Xiaoche, who was about to push open the door to the chairman's office, heard this conversation and was completely petrified. The error-free chapters of the daily life of the Immortal King will continue to be updated on the new C-Book Pavilion. There will be no advertisements on the site, so please collect and recommend the new C-Book Pavilion. If you like the daily life of the Immortal King, please collect. The daily life of the Immortal King is updated the fastest in the C-Book Pavilion. Chapter 1747. At the door, in the end, Jiang Xiaoche didn't have the guts to push open the door and enter. He had come to find Sunny Yuan this time to confirm the matter of the border resource donation, in order to ensure that the border cultivation soldiers who defended the country had sufficient stamina and nutrition. Huaguo Water Curtain Group had donated 10 tons of resources to the various border areas in the first round. Each elixir was only a dozen or so grams, so 10 tons was impressively a large number. Border defense was a matter of great importance and couldn't be sloppy. Supplies had to be sent in time. There was a very popular saying online, "When I was eating white rice and drinking Coca-Cola, I couldn't figure out why these strong soldiers would die. I woke up in the middle of the night and suddenly remembered that they had died for me." As a financially strong domestic enterprise in Huaxiu Nation, Huaguo Water Curtain Group had naturally never fallen behind in the work of donating supplies to the border areas over the years. Furthermore, these supplies had always gone through the Green Channel, and there was no need to report to the higher-ups. As long as the supplies were ready, they could immediately be sent out for the handover. But according to normal business procedures, Jiang Xiaoqie still had to talk to Sunny Yuan about it. It was just that he never thought he would actually hear a big secret that made his soul explode. At this time, everyone in the company was already gone, and almost no one could enter the floor of the chairman's office. Come to think of it, old man Sun himself had been a little careless. He hadn't expected Jiang Xiaoqie to suddenly come looking for him at this time. As Jiang Xiaoqie listened to the conversation in the room, he was petrified for a moment. He felt like even his breathing had stopped. After several minutes, it was his legs that reacted first, and he hurriedly fled Huaguo building. Then, he was petrified in the car for several more minutes. Eldest miss, had a child. And it was Wang Ling's. His mind was full of emojis and old grandpa looking at his phone on the subway, emojis. He had indeed heard recently that old man Sun hadn't been in and out of the company regularly recently because he had to keep a child company. Jiang Xiaoqie had thought that the child was a relative of the Sun family, who would have thought that it was actually eldest Mrs., so when he learned this big secret, Jiang Xiaoqie had to admit that he had been stunned, or to be more accurate, he had been frightened. I thought that secretly giving birth to a child would only shock everyone in the chaotic entertainment industry, but in the end, it actually happened to me. No matter what, this was a big deal. Furthermore, this was definitely an earth-shattering scandal for Huaguo Water Curtain Group. If it was exposed, Jiang Xiaoqie didn't dare to imagine how much the stock price would plummet the next day. Good Lord. Wang Ling. I never thought you'd slip up and let me know about this. Jiang Xiaoqie's thoughts were whirling at that moment. As an employee of the company, he naturally didn't want this matter to be exposed, because it would also affect his work. But from the perspective of a love rival, as well as the various grudges left behind, he really couldn't wait to catch the tail end of this matter and see Wang Ling's panicked expression after being caught red-handed. However, to get to that point, it was useless to just rely on his words. He needed sufficient evidence to support it. Then, he quickly changed to a new private car, parked the car at the foot of the Huaguo building, and waited for Sunny Yuan to come out. He took out his phone and remotely manipulated all the surveillance cameras at the entrance of the Huaguo building in an attempt to capture Wang Muyu's face from multiple angles. It wasn't long before Sunny Yuan drove his own car out of the underground parking lot. Because he had been taking care of the baby for the past 2 days, Sunny Yuan hadn't let Jiang Xiaoqie be his driver. Initially, Jiang Xiaoqie had been very puzzled, because in all the years he had known Sunny Yuan, the old man had rarely driven himself. But now, everything made sense. The person sitting in the car with him now was his great-grandson. How could they be treated the same? In just a few short seconds, the car passed through all the surveillance cameras, and Jiang Xiaoqie's phone immediately synced with thousands of high-definition photos taken in those few seconds. But most of the photos were useless, because the car had a reflective camouflage structure, and it was impossible to see what the inside of the car looked like from the outside. But Jiang Xiaoqie's luck wasn't bad, because recently, a reflective camouflage camera had been installed outside the Huaguo building. In the end, from the thousands of photos, Jiang Xiaoqie finally managed to capture Wang Muyu's profile. After seeing Wang Muyu's face clearly, his hands couldn't help trembling. These familiar dead fish eyes, and this familiar face. Wasn't this Wang Ling? Even if he had only taken half a picture of Wang Ling's profile, Jiang Xiaoqie could immediately superimpose Wang Muyu's face on Wang Ling's. This already couldn't be said to be evidence. Instead, it was a real iron hammer. Good Lord, Wang Ling, if you don't die this time, Jiang Xiaoqie will write my name backwards. Songhai City's Duobao City was Songhai City's largest market for cheap second-hand magic treasures. A lot of people could buy the second-hand magic treasures they wanted here, and even pick up some top-notch goods at very low prices. Jiang Xiaoqie was also one of Duobao City's old members, but in fact, apart from trading second-hand magic treasures, Duobao City also had a secret information trading channel that only the old members knew about. After putting on a mask and cloak for disguise, Jiang Xiaoqi entered a secret passage hidden in a small alley in Duobao City. After confirming the password, he went to the underground information trading market. "I want to release a piece of information," Jiang Xiaoqi said mysteriously in front of the trading window, and then handed over the photo he had taken. "I wonder how much this information is worth." This was a photo that Jiang Xiaoqi had already edited. Only Wang Muyu's profile was in it, an old man's son's part had been cut out. "It's just a child, how much can it be worth?" The boss in charge of acquiring information was nicknamed Tengu. Dressed in a suit and leather shoes and wearing a Jason mask, he was wiping a glass of red wine in front of the counter. Glancing at the photo, he asked disinterestedly. "A child born in secret after a 16-year-old boy forced himself on a young girl, oh? That's a little interesting." Staring at the photo, Tengu pondered for a bit, then looked at Jiang Xiaoqi and said unhurriedly, "This information is worth 20 million. "So much?" "Boss, aren't you going to ask who this boy is?" "That's what we do, how can we not know who he is?" Tengu smiled. "If you agree, we can arrange the transfer right away, but you have to leave the photo." "Of course." Jiang Xiaoqi revealed a smile. "As long as I can ruin that person's reputation, I don't mind even if I don't want the money." 10 minutes later, the transaction was completed. A sum of 20 million was directly transferred to Jiang Xiaoqi's private account abroad. "Then, thank you for your patronage. I hope you can provide better information next time." Tengu looked at Jiang Xiaoqi's departing back and smiled meaningfully. "Boss, this photo is worth 20 million. After he left, a puzzled manservant came forward and asked. "It's just a photo, of course not. But do you know who the person who just left is?" "Who is it?" "Jiang Xiaoqi." Tengu smiled. "He's the Secretary General under Sun Yiyuan, the chairman of Huaguo Water Curtain Group. And according to investigations, he's always had a good impression of his family's young miss. If I'm not wrong, the child in the photo he provided this time is the child born to his family's young miss and that 16-year-old boy. That young miss has a child. A rich young miss of a large corporation gave birth to an illegitimate child. Isn't the value of this information much higher than that 16-year-old boy giving birth?" Under the mask, Tengu smiled slightly. "But this matter still lacks conclusive evidence. Immediately send someone to follow that young miss. Let's see if we can find any clues." If there's solid evidence, I believe that this information will definitely interest many business bosses. Chapter 1748. For Tengu, this was a huge deal that was hard to come by, and the explosive news was enough to shock the entire cultivation world's business circle, comparable to an earthquake with a magnitude of more than 10. On the surface, the fact that a young lady of a financial group had given birth to a child before marriage was shocking enough. But on a deeper level, the child in the photo looked to be 5 or 6 years old. If it really was Lotus Sun's child, then she must have taken some drug that could accelerate the pregnancy in a short period of time. "Boss, do you think Huaguo Water Curtain Group used drugs?" "No way. Don't underestimate the ugly faces of these capitalists." Tengu chuckled. "According to my deduction, their goal should be to use accelerated pregnancy to confuse the time when this young lady really gave birth. Of course, I don't have any evidence right now, so there's plenty of material to dig up. If we succeed, we'll make a lot of money." "Same old method?" the manservant asked. "Yes." Tengu nodded. "Send a copy of this scandalous information to all parties. Other than Huaguo Water Curtain Group's competing companies, Huaguo Water Curtain Group has to send a copy too. Then let them bid for the information, and the highest bidder wins." "Yes." The manservant nodded. "I'll arrange it right away." "Wait." Just as the subordinate was about to leave, Tengu suddenly called out to him. "Anything else, boss? Remember to be polite when you invite Miss Lotus Sunday." After all, we're not bandits. Yes. Also, have the intelligence confirmation team use our newly equipped global facial tracking system when they go looking for her. Tengu laughed. This is the work of that famous scientist, Teacher Shouchong. I queued up for a long time to order it. Now that I finally have this opportunity, let's do an experiment. Yes. The Underground Intelligence Network had its own confirmation team to verify the authenticity of all the information that passed through Myriad Treasures City's underground intelligence black market. The bigger the matter, the more careful the confirmation. After receiving Tengu's order, the confirmation team immediately entered Lotus Sun's facial recognition data according to the plan and used the custom-made system from Shouchong to conduct a global tracking. The black van followed the navigation of the GPS and drove across the ring highway. After a few twists and turns, it finally arrived in front of an affordable apartment. Strange, why would the young miss of Huaguo Water Curtain Group live in such a place? In the intelligence team, the old driver stopped the car and asked suspiciously while drinking goji berry tea. His name was Wolf, and he was responsible for leading the way. Master Shouchong said that this face tracking system combines big data intelligence to track people. It's connected to every surveillance camera in the world, allowing for real-time positioning and accurate tracking. There's basically no mistake. At that moment, a person called Silver Fox in the intelligence confirmation group said. He was the leader of the confirmation team and the person in charge of inviting Lotus Sun for a talk. With his trust in the face recognition system, Silver Wolf still brought another group member named Kangaroo down the bus. Holding the iPad in his hand, he finally arrived in front of a security door. They had already changed into white coats for camouflage and wore stethoscopes on their chests. They looked like doctors from the clinic. Confirming intelligence was their main job. And there were many ways to confirm intelligence. They didn't necessarily have to find the person directly and ask for the details. Instead, they had to use roundabout methods to obtain information and confirm intelligence. This was Silver Wolf's usual practice. Just like his code name, he was full of the aura of an old fox. It's inside. Silver Wolf frowned, then quickly controlled the expression on his face and very politely reached out to press the doorbell. Before long, a girl's voice came from behind the security door. Who is it? It was Jiang Yingying herself. She was doing her homework, and her face was flushed because there was a high school biology class at school today. As a young girl in puberty, her imagination ran wild while she was doing her homework. But she hadn't expected that at that moment, the doorbell would suddenly ring at an untimely time, interrupting all her thoughts. Because of her previous experience, Jiang Yingying was very cautious this time. She didn't open the door carelessly, but tried to confirm the other party's identity through the peephole. At that moment, standing in front of her door were two young men in white coats with stethoscopes. They didn't look like bad guys. But she still didn't choose to open the door. Silver Wolf couldn't help but feel a little amused by her vigilant attitude. But for an old hand who confirmed the authenticity of intelligence through fraud, even if there was a security door between them and even if they didn't open the door, it wouldn't be a problem for him. Of course, the first thing he had to do was to confirm the other party's identity. Silver Wolf thought for a while. He didn't directly ask for the other party's name. Because he and Kangaroo were both disguised as community doctors, if he directly asked for the other party's name, it would definitely cause more alarm, and it wouldn't be good for his work of swindling intelligence. So, after thinking for a while, Silver Wolf narrowed his eyes and smiled. Hello, Mississippi. We are the community doctors in the area. Please don't be afraid. Think about it, your grandfather is so powerful, we don't have the guts. Hearing this, Jiang Yingying secretly nodded. Her grandfather was indeed powerful. That was Marshal St. Jiang. Since these two community doctors knew about this, they didn't seem to be bad guys. It's good that you know. Jiang Yingying snorted. After saying this, Silver Wolf also made a note in his small notebook. During the questioning, the other party admitted that she had a very powerful grandfather. On the other side, Kangaroo also used a magic treasure to see through the security door and see Jiang Yingying's face in her pajamas. Then, Kangaroo nodded and made an okay gesture to Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf then made a note in his small notebook. Kangaroo used a magic treasure to secretly confirm that the girl behind the security door is indeed Lotus Sun. After a moment of silence, Silver Wolf heard Jiang Yingying ask again, "Then why did you come to see me now?" "I just wanted to ask a simple question," Silver Wolf said. "Our community clinic has always paid attention to the physiological knowledge and health of young people. I wonder what this lady thinks about giving birth before marriage." His question sounded like a routine question, but he added a few tricks to it. For example, he purposely magnified the words, premarital birth. When she heard these words, Jiang Yingying's face immediately turned red. This is definitely not good. How can there be such a thing? So, Silver Wolf made another note in his small notebook. Combined with Kangaroo's synchronized X-ray observation data, during the questioning, when the words giving birth before marriage were mentioned, the other party's movements were unnatural, her eyes were unfocused, and her face was flushed. These are typical signs of lying. After writing this, Silver Wolf closed his notebook. He was almost done asking, and now it was time to make his move. He put away his notebook, took out a bottle of green liquid from his pocket, and poured it all over the security door. Chapter 1749. The gold-devouring bug was originally a kind of microscopic creature that appeared in ancient tombs. It was born in a special geographical environment and was extremely afraid of light. The first to develop the gold-devouring bug and commercialize it was a famous construction company in the cultivation circle called Casio Heavy Industries. This was a construction company from Mishio Nation, and was also the first to use genetic technology to restructure the gold-devouring bug's genes, making them easy to tame and manipulate. As long as a smart device locked onto a specific block, the gold-devouring bug could quickly swarm up and devour all the metal. Currently, the gold-devouring bug was also mostly used in demolition and other work in the cultivation world. Its advantage was that it was environmentally friendly and pollution-free, and it wouldn't produce excessive smoke or dust. But at the same time, it had a flaw, and that was that the metal eaten by the gold-devouring bug couldn't be recycled. So now, the gold-devouring bug was also used in rescue operations to break down doors. Of course, there was a tendency for the gold-devouring bug to be used by criminals in the cultivation world. Like now, for example. Silver Fox was well versed in the art of swindling people. He was extremely confident in the information he had just extracted, and firmly believed that the person in the room was Lotus Sun herself. Why would a rich young miss of a financial group live in this kind of unremarkable affordable apartment? There was only one answer in Silver Fox's eyes. That was this place, this was the dwelling of this young lady and her sweetheart. That had to be it. After the gold-devouring bug silently devoured the entire metal security door, Jiang Yingying suddenly panicked at the sight of the clinic doctor who had suddenly appeared in front of her. "Who on earth are you?" No matter how stupid she was, she knew at that moment that these were two intruders, and they definitely weren't some so-called community clinic doctor. She tried to shout, but Silver Fox moved very quickly. He just made a shushing gesture at the corner of his mouth, and Jiang Yingying instantly felt as if an invisible force had gripped her throat, and she couldn't say anything. This was the most basic, silence curse. Because he often used it, Silver Fox had already cultivated it to the highest level. Not only could he instantly and precisely mute someone, he could also launch a group silence curse within a 10-kilometer radius. Without dispelling the curse, the victim would be rendered speechless for 10 hours and wouldn't be able to make the slightest sound. "Miss Sun, I'm sorry. We would like to ask you to come with us." At that moment, Silver Wolf took the initiative to take a step forward and used the custom-made Cosmos bag to cover Jiang Yingying. Then, the Cosmos bag shrank in his hand until it was only the size of a palm. It looked like a Pokemon's Pokeball. Silver Wolf held the universe bag in his palm. He could clearly sense Jiang Yingying struggling in the bag in extreme fear, but soon, her struggles disappeared. It wasn't that Jiang Yingying had given up resisting, but the Cosmos sac that was specially used to capture people had a certain hypnotic effect. Once he was done, Silver Wolf and the kangaroo beside him swiftly left the scene. Before leaving, they didn't forget to cast a simple illusion technique on Jiang Yingying's door, replacing it with the one that had been devoured by the gold-devouring beetles. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Yingying gradually regained consciousness. Silver Fox had already released her from the Cosmos sac. Her eyes were blindfolded, and her hands were tied behind her back. However, she could clearly sense that she was in a car that was moving at high speed. "I've already removed your muting curse, Miss Sunday." Silver Wolf smiled and stared at Lotus Sunday. Jiang Yingying was speechless. No, you've misunderstood. I'm not Lotus Sun at all, that's impossible. Silver Wolf, my judgment has never been wrong. Miss Sun, even if you've cut your hair short and changed your hairstyle from when you appeared on TV, we still know that you're Lotus Sunday. Do you know who my grandfather is? He's very powerful, a martial saint, I do. After all, he's the head of a corporation. Old Man Sun's strength is indeed on par with the martial saint of the 10 generals. Don't worry, Miss Sunday. We definitely won't hurt you. We just need to take you to a place and then take a video of you. You just need to tell the camera what you've done, and that's all you need to do. Silver Wolf crossed his fingers and rested his elbows on his knees. He looked at Lotus Sun and said, "When we're done, we'll naturally let you go." At that moment, Jiang Yingying only felt aggrieved. Tears were already welling up in her eyes, gradually soaking through the blindfold. It wasn't that she didn't know that she and Lotus Sun looked a little alike. In the past, she had even thought that this was a gift from the heavens. Since Lotus Sun could pursue Wang Ling, so could she. At least in terms of appearance, she and Lotus Sun were on equal footing. In the end, it would be up to her and Lotus Sun to decide who Wang Ling liked based on their own abilities. But now, when she was once again tied up and mistaken for Lotus Sun, Jiang Yingying felt resentful for her appearance for the first time. Why did she have to suffer like this for Lotus Sun? It clearly wasn't her fault. Doing her best to stop her tears and calm herself down, Jiang Yingying tried to negotiate with Silver Wolf again. "That, big brother, I can tell you very clearly that I'm really not Lotus Sunday. My surname is Jiang. You really caught the wrong person." But don't be discouraged, you can always start over if you catch the wrong person, I won't blame you. In any case, you're not the first to make a mistake. But Silver Wolf didn't believe Jiang Yingying at all. "Miss Sun, don't pretend at a time like this. We've already checked your cell phone contacts. Isn't that Jiang Xiaoche, your driver and the current Secretary General of Huaguo Water Curtain Group?" Jiang Yingying was stunned and instantly speechless. "Let me tell you, Miss Sun, as long as you tell me the truth, there won't be a problem. I'll ask you a few questions first. You can draft them in your mind so that you won't stutter when you record the video later." Speaking up to this point, Silver Wolf took out his little notebook. "First question, after the child was born, did you use any drugs to hasten his growth?" Jiang Yingying, question mark. Second question, how did the child come about, with whom, and when? Jiang Yingying, no, what on earth is going on with this child you're asking about? Silver Wolf chuckled. "Miss Sun, what's the point of pretending at a time like this? Your child can already do soy sauce." Jiang Yingying. Chapter 1750. At that moment, Jiang Yingying was still in a dumbfounded state. She did not know the cause and effect of this matter at all. She could only form a basic judgment based on her conversation with Silver Wolf. First of all, she had definitely been captured by mistake. That couldn't be wrong. This group's initial target was Lotus Sun herself. Moreover, it seemed that they had captured her for the purpose of verifying certain information and using video evidence to blackmail her. Jiang Yingying was shocked to hear this piece of information, but this piece of information was a huge scandal. Giving birth before marriage, and then using methods to hasten the pregnancy after giving birth, either one of these two things was frightening enough. But rationally speaking, Jiang Yingying didn't think that Lotus Sun would do such a thing. As her longtime rival, Jiang Yingying's first impression of Lotus Sun's character was that this wasn't reliable, and that it was most likely a misunderstanding that hadn't been verified. But now, this group of people had caught her. If she had really played along and pretended to be Lotus Sun, and helped Lotus Sun record such a video, even if this matter was cleared up in the end, it would plunge Huaguo Water Curtain Group into a huge storm of public opinion. In the current online environment, there were times when fake news that might cause public outrage appeared, and the truth of the matter often wasn't the focus of the public's attention. Most people were just used to venting their emotions through this window. It was very rare and valuable to be able to remain rational in this environment of public opinion. Jiang Yingying didn't like Lotus Sun, and had always regarded her as a competitor. This choice was actually a good opportunity for her to take down a competitor. Even if she couldn't, she could at least discuss the other party for a while. But no matter how much she hated Lotus Sun, Jiang Yingying wouldn't do this. Because it was wrong. At that moment, the first person that came to Jiang Yingying's mind was her grandfather. Jiang Wusheng's teachings forbade her from doing such a despicable thing. She was worried that she would embarrass her grandfather, who loved her dearly. At the same time, she hoped that she and Lotus Sun would have a real and fair chance to compete for Wang Ling. Jiang Yingying didn't know if she would regret this decision in the future. But now, she had already made up her mind. Miss Sun, it's good for everyone to tell the truth. Silver Wolf's lips curled up into a smile. Jiang Yingying suppressed the fear in her heart and tried to calm her trembling. She was blindfolded, so she could not see Silver Wolf's face clearly. However, she looked in the direction of Silver Wolf's voice. I don't care who you are. You want me to tell you? I don't care who you are. He tue. Just like that, she spat on Silver Wolf's face. Trembling with anger, Silver Wolf immediately slapped Jiang Yingying across the face. Boss! You can't hit her. Otherwise, the video will show. Kangaroo rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless. Don't worry, I held my strength. Before we record the video later, help her touch up her makeup and cover up the red marks on this bitch's face. Silver Fox chuckled and pinched Jiang Yingying's chin. Miss Sun, since you're so uncooperative, don't blame us for being ruthless. All of us brothers don't have wives. Take a guess, if they lock you up to console them, then take a video. As a young lady of an aristocratic family, do you know how many curious people would watch such a video on the black market? Jiang Yingying didn't say anything and just lowered her head. At the same time, she prayed that someone would find out that she had been kidnapped soon. She knew that it was better not to anger this group of people. Otherwise, she would really be in danger. However, at this moment, Jiang Yingying was surprised to discover that her heart was filled with indescribable emotions. Even at this moment, she was hoping that the first person to save her would be the one to do so. The face that appeared in his mind wasn't Wang Ling or Jiang Shaoqi, her mind was completely blank. Half an hour after Silver Wolf left, Jiang Wusheng noticed Jiang Yingying being taken away by a group of people pretending to be doctors. Because he wasn't living with his granddaughter now, Marshal Jiang had rented the house opposite Jiang Yingying's for safety reasons. He had installed what looked like a peephole on the door, but was in fact a remote surveillance device. That night, Jiang Wusheng had checked the surveillance footage to see if Jiang Yingying had returned home, but in the end happened to capture the scene of Silver Wolf using the gold-devouring beetles to break down the door. A few minutes later, Battle Sect received a notice from Huaxiao Alliance requesting that they immediately organize a thorough investigation into Jiang Yingying's abduction. In the video conference, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal personally appeared to comfort Jiang Wusheng. It could be seen that this old 10th general's face was haggard and full of vicissitudes. Senior Immortal, she's my only granddaughter, don't worry, Uncle Jiang. Our entire sect is cooperating with the investigation on Miss Jiang Yingying's case. I believe we'll have results very soon. Miss Jiang is blessed by heaven, she'll be fine. Grenade-throwing senior immortal comforted him. As soon as he said this, a document was suddenly handed over from a blind spot on the side. After a quick perusal, Grenade-throwing senior immortal was pleasantly surprised. There's news, Uncle Jiang. I'll now switch the video to Teacher Shoucheng, the new team leader of our battle sex research team. Shoucheng? That unreliable online celebrity scientist? Jiang Wusheng's face was full of anticipation. When he switched the video, it was actually showing a lotus pond. Oh, that's right, I forgot to tell you, Uncle Jiang. Because Teacher Shoucheng's body was destroyed by the villains in the previous mission, Battle's sect has reconstructed a new immortal lotus body for him, but it's still being nurtured. For now, Teacher Shoucheng can only stay in the pond and rely on nerve conduits to transmit information. Jiang Wusheng was blank for a moment, then said anxiously, "So, do you have any leads now?" In the video, Shoucheng's voice came from the tablet computer next to the lotus pond. "It's like this, Mr. Jiang. This group of people can't be found in the police's database at all, and they're completely invisible. But on my terminal, I found out that someone is tracking Miss Jiang's location through the facial recognition system I sold earlier." "Your facial recognition system?" "It's the extra money I earned from a certain technology company, but I was worried that the system would be used by criminals, so I left it a back door. I can find their usage records here." Shoucheng said, "The person they probably want to catch is Miss Lotus Sun, but for some reason, they found Miss Jiang. Given my skills, I shouldn't have made this kind of mistake." Hearing this, Grenade-throwing senior immortal and Jiang Wusheng fell silent at the same time. This person really didn't know anything about his invention. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.